Chapter 644 Corpse Clan's Soul Sacrificial Altar. Chapter 644 Corpse Clan's Soul Sacrificial Altar. In the antiquity, the Monster Clan had four strongest tribes. They were the royal tribes of the Monster Clan. They were called the Sacred Tribes and included the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, the Vermilion Bird, and the White Tiger. They had always ruled the Monster Clan with their invincible supernatural powers. Xianming was a black tortoise, the king of perpetual night forest. Sure, Yen didn't expect the old man to be from the Black Tortoise tribe, which had disappeared for so many years. He still remembered that year when he had just arrived at the Sky Meteor City. Zhuo had asked him to translate the turtle shell she got. She then received the Black Tortoise True Star scripture to cultivate, and she also had a precious heavy armor. Was that why Xianming got close to Zhuo and protected her as if she were his closest relative? Only persons with our Black Tortoise bloodline could understand the power Upanishad of our tribe. Zhuo has our tribe bloodline. It isn't like what you think. Xianming whispered something, pursed his lips, and explained impatiently. Sure, Yen was frightened, screaming, "You can read my mind!" "What's difficult with that?" snorted Xianming. "You didn't use your soul power to conceal. With my realm, even if I don't use my energy, I can still read your mind. It's as easy as flipping my hand. Old Xianming, I don't want to cultivate with you. Let me go. It's not fun here." Zhuo didn't seem to be happy, crying, "I want the best for you." Xianming rolled his eyes. "You haven't reached the spirit realm yet. If you leave me, you'll die soon. I'm not going to allow you to go." The two experts of the Monster Clan, Yanlong and Shuelu, didn't talk much after they saw Xianming. They were afraid of him. "Kid, I don't care why you come here. I don't want to know either. Because, you know Little Sure I won't harm you. You should get lost quickly. If you disturb Little Sure's cultivation, I will make you regret." Xianming snorted impatiently, swinging his hand. "You two idiots should go too." A flow of silver energy rolled Yanlong and Shuelu, throwing them away. Sure Yan's soul consciousness couldn't catch it. Sure, Yen hadn't had time to reply as Xianming continued. "You've spent a lot of efforts on Yanlong and Shuelu. However, you're a human. Human clan will be destroyed sooner or later. You shouldn't bring trouble to our Monster Clan." After he finished, Xianming swung his hands nonchalantly one more time. Sure, Yen felt he was pressed by many streams of water before he was thrown away. He got dizzy. Until he could gather himself again, he found that he was in the shelter area of the Yang family, standing indifferently by the lake. Sure Yan's face was complicated. It was the first time he felt helpless. Xianming, at his peak of level 9, had supernatural powers. Sure, Yen didn't know what kind of power he had used to deliver him hundreds of li away like that with only a wave of his hand. Suddenly, Sure Yen understood that his operation in the perpetual night forest hadn't escaped Xianming's view. This old man was secluding himself in the black pool, but he could see all things happening in the perpetual night forest. As Yu Ruo, Cha Qiu Dao, Ling Ming, Yi Tianmo, and the others saw him, they started to gather from many places. Surprise filled their eyes. Sure Yen beamed a forced smile. He didn't want to talk much about Xianming because he thought that if he told them about him, it would create a bad shadow in their hearts. "Master, what happened? Your face is so grim." Yu Ruo stepped forward. A strange light sparked in her beautiful eyes as she was startled. "Nothing." Sure Yen calmed his mind quickly. He smiled and then said, "You guys should try harder. As long as you've reached the third sky of Spirit Realm, I will help you to enter the true God realm sooner." Everybody was stunned. They thought that something was wrong with Sure Yan's mind. "I found a good thing," Sure Yan smiled. "Who is going to enter the third sky of Spirit Realm?" While talking, he took out many pellets Li Zhengrong had given him. "If you are confident, I will give you the suitable pellets. Xiao Dao's team had their eyes brightened. I think I'm about to break through. Etianimo was a little bit shy when he said with hesitation, I'm almost there too. After the change of heaven and earth, our speed of comprehending realms has increased too. Yurua said with her bright eyes, Great-grandpa has reached the peak of spirit realm. Not long afterward, he can take another step further. Sure, Yen said confidently. Dishan has reached the true God realm. I think he is adjusting his powers now. I will make your realms increase fast. Chao Dao, Chao Jilan, and Fan Xiangyan were bewildered. Little Yen, are you not exaggerating? Shi Jian kept quiet for a while and then asked with a trembling voice. Shi Yen nodded heavily. While he was talking, he saw Zhuasu. He waved at the old man and then asked him, Grandpa Zhua, do you know Zhuashi's story? Zhuasu changed his face. I want to get it clearly. At first glance, Shi Yen got that he knew something. The king of Perpetual Night Forest had captured Zhuashi, but he doesn't mean harm. Everything he's done is for Zhuashi. I just want to know, when did it happen? Not long after we arrived in the Perpetual Night Forest. Zhuasu was hesitant, telling him the details of the situation. We disputed with the 7 ancient factions in the Ice and Fire secret domain. Little Shi was together with us at that time, but suddenly she disappeared. Zhuashi considered his words. At the beginning we were really worried. When we were about to go out and find her, someone sent the message to our souls, telling us not to find her. Little Shi also sent us her thoughts, telling us that she was all right. She was going with an expert to cultivate. She asked us not to tell anybody. Shi Yen was silent. Oh, so that's it. Is little Shi okay? Zhuasu was worried. Don't worry, she's fine. She has reached the peak of Sky Realm. Not long afterward, she will enter the Spirit Realm. Her innate endowment is better than anyone else. You guys don't need to worry about her. Under his protection, no one can touch her, Shi Yen explained. Zhuasu exhaled in relief. Everybody should prepare. We don't have much time. All clans are hostile to us, so we need to improve our competence fast. Shi Yen advised them. His figure flickered and disappeared as he went to find Yanlong and Shualu. Xianming didn't want to cooperate with him. At first, he could only convince the experts whose cultivation base wasn't much different from Yanlong and Shualu. In the Perpetual Night Forest, there were several rulers of the monster clan like Yanlong and Shualu. If he could make a deal with them, even if he didn't have Xianming, he wouldn't need to worry much. Each strong expert, like Yanlong and Shualu, had accumulated plenty of treasures. They had abundant heaven and earth precious products. Not only did he need to refine better weapons for the Yang family, but he also needed to prepare something for himself. Thus, he needed the accumulated properties of those beasts. Ancient Corpse Tomb. Inside a spacious dark cave where black crystal jades twinkled, corpse chi permeated the area. Many members of the corpse clan were scattered inside the cave, surrounding a sacrificial altar built of tombstones. The altar was moving slowly, while magical soul fluctuation rippled from each tombstone. Each soul fluctuation was as bright as a flame, swaying in the tombstone. Corpse C and Corpse Mount were moving inside that sacrificial altar. They were grimacing, as if they were enduring some serious pain. Every time they took a step, a soul fluctuation whipped them, then entering their souls. The Corpse Clan's sacrificial altar held the inheritance seal of the Corpse Clan. Each clansman of the Corpse Clan could use their ability to receive the inheritance in the altar. After that, they would receive the old technique of the Corpse Clan and the knowledge, as well as the history of the Corpse Clan. Corpse Mount and Corpse C were struggling, while magical soul thoughts were entering deep inside their souls. Corpse Mount and Corpse C's soul had the shape of a headstone. While they were absorbing the soul thoughts, their souls were purified, getting rid of contaminants. They were taking in the inheritance inside the soul sacrificial altar. After that, they could know secret techniques that had been stored and imparted for so many years in the corpse clan. A large garnet coffin laid next to the cave entrance. It was sealed, but no corpses dared to approach it. They were looking at it with respectful expressions. Thump, thump, thump. Waves of living fluctuation beat rumblingly, rippling out from the coffin like a fighting drum, hitting each member of the corpse clan. Their souls resonated as if they were working together with the sacrificial altar. After an unknown period, Corpse Mount and Corpse C had many wounds on their bodies, with sticky blood flowing along their bodies. However, it couldn't stop their movements, as they still took each step strenuously. Many members of the Corpse clan showed their admiration and respect for Corpse Mount and Corpse C for their strong persistence and powerful potential. Clansmen who could resist longer in the altar could receive more benefits. An inheritance they would get would be more excellent. After the great space fission happened, they had discovered the soul sacrificial altar. Besides the one staying in that large coffin, Corpse Mount and Corpse C had the longest time staying in the altar. Bang! Formidable energy surged from the soul sacrificial altar, pushing Corpse Mount and Corpse C away and making them fall. The Corpse clan's soul sacrificial altar quieted down, as no more soul fluctuations rippled. The countless headstones didn't move anymore. Corpse Mount and Corpse C struggled to get up, crouching on all fours. Their jaws were chattering, as if they were calling some power. The lid of coffin next to them suddenly lifted, exposing a large hand that was as sharp as a dagger. Under the attentive looks of so many clansmen, that hand created a strange hand seal, which then floated, dragging a flow of energy from the soul sacrificial altar. Then it divided into two seals and imprinted on Corpse Mount's and Corpse C's forehead. This seal meant that Corpse Mount and Corpse C were accepted. Just like the seal on Shuriyan's forehead, it represented that Corpse Mount and Corpse C had become the new members of one of the oldest tribes. Chapter 645. Contact the Foreign Land. Chapter 645. Contact the Foreign Land. Ice and Fire Secret Domain. Inside a plain meeting hall built with flame stone, Lin Meng of the Pure Land, Yun Hao of the Radiant God Cult, Nia Ruo of the Devil Temple, Qin Gu Chuan of the Heaven Temple, Guan Hu of the Martial Spirit Palace, Luo Miao of the Spirit Treasure Sect, and Yuan Jian of the Fighting Union, the leaders of the 7 ancient factions, were gathering. These 7 people were the overlords of the entire divine Great Land. Each of them had ruled the richest parts of the continent for so many years. Today, in this meeting hall, the hotshots of everywhere were gathered. Their faces were grim, looking at the bronze cauldron in the center of the hall. The bronze cauldron was 5 meters high, with 3 supports as big as human legs. The cauldron was covered with magical patterns, including the clouds, beasts, alien tribes, ghosts, and demons. All of them looked animated, as if they were living creatures crawling around the cauldron. Green smoke wound from the cauldron, while a refreshing fragrance was dispersing in the place that could revitalize people and calm their souls. It was the original universe returning cauldron, a divine tool of the Pure Land. Lin Meng had treasured it in the Pure Land. She didn't let the others see this treasure, as if it were the root of her life. Lin Meng and the other 6 were sitting in silence, waiting for the green smoke to get thicker. Then they released their god soul, turning into 7 beams of light flying towards the cauldron. Their souls then found a spot for each on the mouth of the cauldron. Then they united the soul power into one flow, shining on the center of the cauldron. The patterns on the original universe returning cauldron glowed. Twisting soul fluctuation shot out from the cauldron, dragging the entire ice and fire secret domain into a fierce soul vortex. After an unknown period, Ling Meng's god soul reached the center of the cauldron. It hovered in the crystal clear space inside, constantly using the soul power to clear the space. Lin Meng's god soul seemed like it had escaped the Grace mainland, wandering into an immense galaxy. As if it could sense something magical, it flew in a particular direction. The star sea was mysterious and endless. Lin Meng's soul was like a little fish strolling around, not daring to act rashly or sense the prestige of the other stars. It only watched over a spiritual platform. Long after that, Lin Meng's soul power was consumed by a big part. She was bewildered, reaching a vast Milky Way. It was like a dream. Lin Meng tried to control her mind, constantly releasing the soul thought to seek the prestige of the human sages, trying to make contact with them. It seemed there was something really intimidating dormant in the center of the soul sea. These soul fluctuations had scared Lin Meng, as if they could burn her god soul into ashes any minute. All of a sudden, Lin Meng's soul shuddered as she had caught a feeble soul fluctuation. She pulled herself together, trying to reach the source of the soul fluctuation. However, right at this moment, an icy cold thought shot toward her from a corner of the star sea. Lin Meng had neither seen the target nor established a connection with it, but her god soul was disordered, turning into a beam of light and retreating from the soul sea immediately. The original universe, returning cauldron, was shaking violently in the hull. Images of alien tribes on the cauldron seemed to be activated. They started to show their claws and bare their fangs, as if they wanted to get rid of the cauldron. The god souls of the other 6 were trembling hard. They hastened to release their soul power, pouring into the cauldron. The original universe returning cauldron slowly quieted down. The beasts, ghosts, and demons rising on the surface of the cauldron were oppressed, as if an invisible giant palm was pressing them, preventing them from causing any harm. Lin Meng's god soul was shaking violently. She hurried to get back to the body from the original universe returning cauldron, and the other 6 followed her. The 7 strong true god realm warriors of human clan in the divine great land were pale and exhausted, as though they had just fought a fierce battle. Their soul power seemed to be completely drained. Blood trickled from the 7 apertures on Ling Meng's face. She looked distressed, just like someone had hurt her. It took her a long time to steady her breath. She was still frightened, her voice helpless. "I don't know what has happened. My grand teacher seemed feeble. I don't know what has happened to her." Yun, Hao, and Nyarua were scared, their faces glum. "We know your grand teacher is the last one who had reached the king god realm. She's the peerless warrior of the divine great land. Her power and cultivation base could be deemed invincible. Did she meet anything unexpected in the endless foreign starry sky?" Nyarua couldn't hold his fright. "How dangerous is the endless foreign starry sky that she couldn't form a connection with you? Millions of years have passed. We have countless warriors who had reached the king god realm, which gives them the ability to escape the Grace mainland. They took turns and entered the endless foreign starry sky. Besides the extraordinary warriors of the human clan, there were the grand seniors of the demon clan and the dark clan. After they left, they sent no news back to us." Lin Meng was hesitant. "When my grand teacher left, she told me that when we encounter dangers we can't resist, I should use the original universe returning cauldron to contact her, and she would help me. However, I could sense she isn't well either. It seems she's confined." Confined. The hotshots of the 7 ancient factions changed their visage. A strange light appeared in their eyes as they were startled. Lin Meng's teacher was the peerless hotshot who existed in the nearest era to the current epoch of the divine great land. When she disappeared from the divine great land, Yun Hao's group were still teenagers who had just entered the path of cultivation. Anyway, they knew about her legend. She left when she had reached the second sky of King God Realm. It was so many years. Her realm should be more profound. However, she was unexpectedly imprisoned in the endless foreign starry sky. What was going on? In the antiquity time, the god clan had disappeared completely from the Grace mainland, the whole clan. It has been more than 1,000,000 years. I wonder if they still exist. In that era, the rulers of the demon clan and the dark clan had also left one by one. None of them have been heard to come back. It has been so many years. No one knows if they are dead or alive. Lin Meng sighed. The existence at such a level isn't something we can predict. If we can't establish the connection with my grandteacher, we have to think about some other way around. Some of the oldest books of our martial spirit palace describe an era that was earlier than the antiquity time, the immemorial epoch. I heard that the clans didn't exist during that time, and there were the immemorial living beings, which were much stronger than us. They seemed to have an endless life. I heard that those immemorial living beings could create a whole new world, where their bodies were the world. We can say that they were the origin of legends and myths. The immemorial living beings were there before the 10 clans. They disappeared one after another from the Grace mainland. The only thing I know is that after they had reached the peak of their powers, the Grace mainland couldn't nurture them anymore. Guan Ho of the Martial Spirit Palace considered his word choice, talking with a frightened face. Everybody was panic-stricken by his words. Their hearts sank. Our strength is nothing to the warriors in the antiquity time, let alone the living beings in the immemorial epoch. Lin Meng forced a smile. Seems like we can't rely on the external forces. We can only depend on ourselves. There's so many small spaces outside the Grace mainland. Most of them belong to the other clans who couldn't get here in the past. After the great space fission happened, they could arrive here through the space slits. At this moment, we have to recognize the existence of the invincible warriors from the Demon Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Dark Spirit Clan. Later on, it will be more unendurable, Guan Ho sighed. After so many years, the alien hotshots from the antiquity time are dead, or have left to the endless foreign starry sky. The ones that have just come are their grandchildren. Otherwise, we would have been killed already, Yun Hao snorted. Not really that dangerous. At least, we haven't seen any at the King God realm. But they all have the inheritance. The inheritance of our human clan isn't complete anymore after so many years. Lin Meng shook her head. The survivors of the alien tribes are all intimidating. They have survived many dreadful challenges. We have only this number of limited hotshots. It's really tough to resist the other clans. Lin Meng paused, then her countenance turned cold as she snorted. Moreover, we have some B** stards in our team. At this point, Qin Guchuan, Guan Ho, and Luo Miao had their faces darkened. Yun Hao kept silent. He felt agitated, but he didn't know what to say. Dares to join the alien tribes. Should kill them all. We should prevent them from being a big trouble in the future. Qin Guchuan sneered. That boy named Shi Yan isn't bad. If we let him do what he wants like that, he will cause a lot of troubles. I think we should take action earlier. Before the other clans come here, we should clean this wild grass. Sure, Yen belongs to the human clan. Yun Hao knitted his brows, his voice uncertain. After he heard Yen Long talk about the alien bloodline of Shi Yan, he wasn't sure whether his decision was right or not. They are a force anyway. If they are alive, our human clan will have support in the future. I propose to kill them all. Qin Guchuan suddenly stood up. We should vote. Who approves this? Lin Meng, Nia Rua, Luo Miao, and Guan Ho voted to kill Shi Yan's group. Among the 7 of them, besides Yun Hao, only Yu Wanjiang of the Fighting Union, the city master of the Celestial Emperor City, the hegemon of the Fighting Union, didn't vote. Yu Ji, how about you? Luo Miao looked at him. That kid has a good relationship with my Fighting Union. I think he's not bad, said Yuan Jiang faintly. Among the 7, 5 agree. According to our rule, this is settled. Qin Guchuan, looked at Lin Meng of the Pure Land. Lin Meng nodded. All right, before we have the war with the alien tribes, we will kill the insects first. Qin Guchuan was sinister. Our 5 forces will carry out this operation. The Radiant God Cult and the Fighting Union don't need to join us. But I hope you guys won't interfere. Yun, Hao, and Yuang frowned. They didn't answer, as they knew it was difficult to solve the matter. Chapter 646. No Return. Chapter 646. No Return. 100 meters tall ancient tree with dense branches and leaves shook suddenly in the perpetual night forest. Green leaves rattled and then fell. A light spot appeared on the tree trunk near the thick roots. It slowly divided into many beams, crawling on the branches like snakes and creating a mysterious light door. 2 silhouettes flashed in the door. From the icy and burning hot area, they appeared in front of the giant tree. The strange phenomenon of the tree vanished when the 2 people appeared. Turning her head to look at the entrance of the secret domain behind, Bing Qing Tong frowned. Her countenance was cold but elegant as she said, faintly, "We should be hurried. Don't know what has happened to that brat. Why does he have to be with the alien tribes? Sigh, he always gives us a headache." Han Shui was still as beautiful as a flower. Her watery black eyes twinkled, accompanying her succulent red lips. All her features made her so charming that her charisma could capture people's souls. As she thought she was about to meet someone, her soft body got hot, and her heart bounced in her chest. Don't mess things up. That be asterisk star's in danger now. If we're late, I'm not sure we can help him. Bing Qing Tong snorted, then knitted her brows. She seemed to hurry. A group of warriors strolled towards them from the far forest. This group went out to hunt beasts. Their realms weren't the same, and some of them looked really handsome. However, they were walking and joking and laughing, as though they didn't know about the calamity human clan was about to face. When they reached the entrance, they saw Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui. Their eyes brightened while they couldn't help but pant. Outstanding young warriors of the 7 ancient factions raked their eyes through Bing Qing Tong's and Han Shui's bodies. They gulped as their temptation rose like animals. A leader of that group, who thought that he was excellent enough with his sky realm, beamed a smile and then bowed to greet the other 2. "Master Bing, where are you going?" Bing Qing Tong's face was as cold as ice. "Somewhere." "Haha, if you want to hunt beasts, I can take you. I'm familiar with this area. I'm willing to help you." The young man laughed and tried to show his servile manner. "No need." Bing Qing Tong wore a cold face, moving swiftly, crossing this group. She disappeared instantly. Han Shui smiled beautifully, like hundreds of flowers blooming. She didn't pay attention to these people and just left. "Lai Quan, you've wasted your heart. These 2 women are at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm. Why would they have to favor you?" A dark-skinned, short young man laughed evilly. "Well, these famous flowers have an owner already." Be asterisk cheese. Lai Quan was surprised, but then he thundered with a dark face. "They dare to join the barbarian man. Harumph, they don't favor living. Such SL asterisk TS. The man called Shi Yan will be doomed soon. Perhaps they would be involved too." Shenlin, the one who had left the Yang, was in this group. He frowned and then asked, "These 2 women have a relationship with Shi Yan?" Shenlin had spent a lot of time in the perpetual night forest. That's why Lai Quan asked him to show the way. Lai Quan smiled on hearing him. "Mr. Shen, I heard that the Yang family has many beautiful young ladies. Is that true?" Shin Mu slightly bent his body, his face respectful. "Yeah, it's true. Li Feng Air and Yang Shui are really prominent. Why does young Master Lai ask me that?" Lai Quan and the others had their eyes brightened, chuckling evilly. "I think we should ask to attack the enemy first. They have to die, eventually. Well, if we can have fun with them, when they die, their lives won't be wasted. The short, fat guy pursed his lips perversely. A bunch of trash! However, a voice came from that tree. Lai Feng of the Devil Valley appeared, glaring coldly at them. Is that your future career? When they realized Lai Feng was coming, they paled immediately, bending to greet him loudly. Brother, get lost. Don't embarrass our Devil Valley. Killing you is as easy as smashing an ant. Shi Yan can always do that before he dies. Lai Feng was cold and didn't want to look at them. He walked away. After Lai Feng had left for a while, Lai Quan continued with an irritated expression. F*CK. He didn't defeat the opponent whose realm is lower than his. Well, don't know who has lost our Devil Valley's face. Lai Quan, are you interested in the operation to deal with the Yang? The fat guy instigated again. Of course, yes. Lai Quan laughed. The seniors have announced already. They want to kill all the members of the Yang family and the Shi family. I heard that they are filthy rich. If we can earn some good stuff, it will be superb for us. These people then laughed obscenely. Shen Lin, the Yang family's traitor, kept silent. He felt a sadness swell in his heart. However, when he thought about that, Shen Lin darkened his face. He thought that Yang Tian Emperor and his people deserved that. They had given up the big tree, the 7 ancient factions, to group with the alien tribes. They deserved death. After Lai Feng left that area, he took out a bronze coin, flipping it between his fingers. While moving, the coin sometimes sparkled a dark light. Just like black mist, it flew forward. Lai Feng followed the faint light from the bronze coin. His pace was fast, then slow. He didn't look hurried. After a long time, Lai Feng suddenly felt tense. He halted, releasing the soul consciousness to sense, then beamed a forced smile. You guys busted me. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui silently walked out from the shade of a big tree, looking at him with an unfriendly countenance. Han Shui arched her brows. She rarely felt angry, but she screamed. Why are you following us? I'm ordered. Lai Feng didn't seem tense. He smiled and answered deliberately. Whose orders? Bing Qing Tong looked cold. Lai Feng, although your competence isn't bad, if we sisters join hands, it's not hard to kill you. Lai Feng had reached the second sky of Spirit Realm. He was the strongest leader of the new generation of the Devil Valley. His cultivation of the Devil Valley's supernatural Upanishad was excellent. If they battled one-on-one, Bing Qing Tong, with her third sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base, couldn't defeat him. From the supreme leaders, not just my teacher. Lai Feng smiled. If you want to defeat me, well, of course, you can do that. But if you want to kill me, haha, it's not easy. What is your purpose for following us? As Han Shui felt time was running out, she got annoyed. Anger rose in her beautiful eyes. You know already. Lai Feng took several steps backward. He squinted, his face eccentric. Personally, I don't have any bad intentions towards you two. I'm here to tell you that if you decide to go, you should be prepared, and you should know that you can't come back. In other words, if you return, even the hegemon of your fighting union can't protect you. Why do you want to tell us this? Bing Qing Tong furrowed her brows, talking in a low tone. As far as I've known, Shi Yan had irritated you in the precious Tool Valley, right? Irritated? I don't think so. Lai Feng pursed his lips, talking arrogantly. I don't like the weak. Only the strong can get into my eyes. And Shi Yan, he's one of the rare kinds I like. Although I like slaughtering and being mean, I always respect and admire strong experts. And I don't want to see that kid be killed unknowingly. I want to defeat him officially for once. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui kept silent, their faces complicated. Many members of the 7 ancient factions had a good relationship with Shi Yan. For instance, Zhu Yi of the wonderful Stone City, the elders of the Radiant God cult, the Banner family, and the Aok family. However, after they knew the relation between Shi Yan and the alien tribes. Most of them didn't dare to show their agreement. They decided to ignore it. Some even got enraged, and they wanted to attack the Yang family. People who wanted to help him were pitifully rare. Lai Feng was a new face of the Devil Valley. His brutal name was famous in the divine Great Land. He liked slaughtering, and here was almost no nice word to describe him. However, a character like that had told Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui the dark thoughts of the higher levels in the 7 ancient factions. At this moment, Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were moved. How about my other 2 sisters? Are they all right? Bing Qing Tong pondered for a while and then asked nervously. Lung Danqing and Shuang Yuzhu were still in the ice and fire secret domain. Bing Qing Tong was afraid that the other 2 would be involved and the 7 ancient factions would trouble them. She couldn't press down her worries. They should be okay. The high levels mean that the traitors are the ones who send intelligence to Shi Yan discreetly. They don't want us to treat you well. Yeah, only you 2. Lai Feng contemplated for a while and then continued. If you return now, I will consider nothing has happened. The high levels won't attack you. But if you are persistent, I will say the same. You shouldn't return. Thank you. Bing Qing Tong nodded to him. We won't come back. If you have the chance, please help us notify my other 2 sisters. Please let them know. Lai Feng was dumbstruck. He beamed a faint smile. I envy that kid. Ha ha. I didn't think that you were willing to leave the 7 ancient factions for him. All right. I will send your message to your sisters. Just leave and don't worry about them. If we meet again, I won't be polite. You should solve your matters yourself. Then, Lai Feng turned around generously. He sauntered towards the ice and fire secret domain, not wanting to follow them anymore. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui stood there in silence for a while. Han Shui spoke first. That man does have good intentions. I didn't expect that he would remind us. If he hadn't talked to us, I think we would have returned to the ice and fire secret domain. At that time, we would be miserable. Yeah, it's hard to see through people's hearts. At the most struggling time, there are those who look like your enemy but will help you discreetly. Bing Qing Tong suddenly remembered something, her face disdain. And then there are some who are so shameful. Han Shui's visage became grimaced as she snorted. Chapter 647 Impasse? Chapter 647 Impasse. These days, Shi Yan was really busy. The perpetual night forest was vast. As he was doing business with the other 3 hotshots of the monster clan, he had to run back and forth in the forest, consuming a lot of his efforts to make them accept him. 9-headed bird, silver-winged sky wolf, and glacial armored giant alligator were the rank 2 level 9 beasts, the high-grade leaders of the monster clan, at the same level as Shuelai. The 3 of them occupied vast areas in the perpetual night forest. They were all brutal and sinister. They had many level 7 and 8 subordinates, who were staying in different areas. However, they didn't have a good relationship with Yanlong and Shuelai. Quite the contrary, they fought all the time. To get the approval from these 3, Shi Yan had to put much effort, using Yanlong and Shuelai as the precedent to persuade them, making them give him the treasures they had stashed for thousands of years. After 1 month of refining through days and nights, Shi Yan was exhausted. With Yi Changfeng's assistance, he had the Purgatory True Flame, which helped him please the 3 hotshots of the monster clan. 9-headed bird, silver-winged sky wolf, and glacial armored giant alligator were the overlords of a vast area. They all had intellect, which became more profound after the Great Fission. Negotiating with them gave Shi Yan a big headache, as they weren't so easy to be deceived. If they hadn't seen the great changes on Yanlong and Shuelai after their bodies had been refined, these 3 monsters would never pay attention to Shi Yan. The precious treasures they had collected over thousands of years widened Shi Yan's vision. Now he knew that the most precious earth and heaven products weren't in the hands of the 7 ancient factions, but in the cave mansions of the beasts. After 1 month of refining, no matter day or night, Shiryen was so exhausted that his soul had weakened. However, his third sky of spirit realm cultivation base was steadied. He found that while he was quenching the monsters' bodies or forging the simple weapons with tremendous power, his mind and spirit were quiet and clear. During the refining process, his soul was sublimated. This wonderful realm of having nothing else in his head was really useful to steady his sea of consciousness. After 1 month, his understanding of the star, Upanishad, became deeper. While he was annealing the glacial armored giant alligator, he had accidentally stirred up space, causing many space slits again. This experience gave him a deeper knowledge of space power. Although he was tired out during the whole month, he knew this period was constructive for his martial, cultivating path. It made his recognition of earth and heaven power clearer. Dishan and Li Zhengrong had used the Creator's divine pawn to enter the true God realm and create the God soul. Finally, he had true God realm warriors on his side. They didn't fail him. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't hurried. He said that he didn't want to use the Creator's divine pawn that quickly. He was still cultivating on the lake bottom, using the willpower that was almost harmful to him to comprehend the power Upanishad he had understood. Today, he managed to have some free time to go to the Yang family's gathering point. He was surprised to see Yi Tianmo and Yu Ruo were in their comprehension stage. They sat still for 7 days, while magical halos were moving around them. With his knowledge, Shiryen understood that when Yi Tianmo and Yu Ruo woke up, they would be at the peak of spirit realm. At that time, they could enter the Creator's divine pond. When he was still observing them, Yang Tian Emperor asked Yi Changfeng to open the lake passage. He returned with a grim face. The 7 ancient factions want to attack us now. Right after he arrived, Yang Tian Emperor threw a powerful grenade, which sank everybody's hearts. Although they knew the 7 ancient factions didn't have good intentions, they always thought that, as they were all humans, the 7 ancient factions wouldn't force them into the dead corner. Having heard Yang Tian Emperor, people found their hearts all chilled. The 7 ancient factions were the strongest human forces in the divine Great Land. Before the rise of the alien tribes, they had dominated the richest land, and everybody knew their reputation. When they were determined, it would be very terrifying. Great-grandpa, how did you know that? Shiryan's face darkened. You were always staying in the lake bottom. How did you receive the news? It's from Tang Yuan Nan. Before we detached, I exchanged the soundstone seal with him. Yang Tian Emperor's visage was grim. However, it's not Tang Yuan Nan's voice. Perhaps he had sent someone out of the secret domain and sent me the message. That person said that the 7 ancient factions are about to carry out a slaughter against us. We are told to leave the perpetual night forest as fast as possible. Tang Yuan Nan. He still remembers our relationship. It's worth my good treats to him. Shiryen nodded. He contemplated for a while and then asked, How about Xia Qing Ho? You didn't contact only Tang Yuan Nan, did you? Has he ever sent any message to you? Yang Tian Emperor kept silent. Shiryan's face darkened. He snorted and then said faintly, Seems like not everyone remembers the old favors. Without the teleportation formation little Yen had built, the Xia family would have perished in the endless sea. This old man, when they had arrived in the divine great land, he immediately joined the pure land as though he didn't remember who we are. Yang Zhua smiled faintly. Don't say useless things. Everybody has their own path. We can't force anyone. Yang Tian Emperor scolded, then frowned. Everyone has his own choice. The day we chose to leave, we should have known that we would be on the opposite side one day. Tang Yuan Nan has remembered our friendship. We have to appreciate him. Xia Qing Ho did notify us, but we don't need to criticize. We just don't consider him a friend anymore. Yang Ji, do you really think that way? Chao Chiu Dao, the one who always kept silent from the beginning, suddenly arched his eyebrows. The hero of the endless sea, when have you become so sympathetic? In my eyes, the ones that aren't my friends, of course, are my enemies. Yang Tian Emperor was nonchalant, not answering. No one knew what he was thinking. Yang Tian Emperor was always arrogant in the endless sea. He didn't have many close friends, and Xia Qing Ho was one of his close friends. Before Xia Qing Ho had fallen into insanity, Yang Tian Emperor had a good relationship with him. The Xia family always followed the Yang family. They had stayed in the Kiara Sea. No matter what situation it was, they were still with the Yang family. Yang Tian Emperor had treated him well. Xia Qing Ho appreciated his favor, and he had done his best to maintain a good relationship with the Yangs. When Yang Tian Emperor found the danger, he had notified Xia Qing Ho first, asking him to bring the Xia family to the Immortal Island so that they could leave the endless sea together. Quite the contrary, Tang Yuan Nan was Yang Tian Emperor's opponent right from the beginning. The three-god sect and the Yang family had had conflicts for hundreds of years. Yang Tian Emperor and Tang Yuan Nan had fought before. They didn't like each other. When Shi Yan appeared, their hostile relationship was calmed, as they gradually became allies. However, his relationship with Tang Yuan Nan was much worse than the relationship he had with Xia Qing Ho. When they decided to leave the endless sea, he had hesitated a lot before sending news to Tang Yuan Nan. However, when he treated Xia Qing Ho, he had no hesitation. He immediately notified Xia Qing Ho when he knew the change of the demon area, which he couldn't resist. However, when they needed intelligence the most, Tang Yuan Nan had sent it to them, while Xia Qing Ho didn't even move his fingers. Yang Tian Emperor found it hard to accept this fact. From now on, he will no longer be my friend. If he shows his hostility, I won't be merciful. Yang Tian Emperor kept silent for a while before continuing with a calm voice. Chao Chiu Dao laughed. This is the Yang Tian Emperor I know. What should we do? Fan Xiangyin was anxious, her face glum. Shi Yan, do you have any countermeasures? Time is rushing. Shi Yan gritted his teeth. I thought we still have more time. After you guys all have the breakthrough, we will face them directly. I didn't think that they would take action that fast. He felt a headache coming. He knew how strong the 7 ancient factions were. They had more than 10 true God realm warriors. Even if Yun Hao and the Radiant God cult didn't join this operation, the other 6 factions were enough to sweep them. How about the Monster Clan? Would they help us? Asked Yang Zhuo. They can help us a little bit, but we can't expect that they would risk their lives for us. Our opponent is so intimidating. I think the Monster Clan will consider the pros and cons. They won't be rash. Shi Yan shook his head, then said, Unless. Unless what? Everybody was shaken. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile. Unless that dreadful old man Xianming helps us, the other hotshots of the Monster Clan would never risk their lives against the human clan. Sigh. It's tough. That old man's a conservative one. He's a big racist nut. Last time I went there, he had struck me away before I had time to explain. When he said that, people felt their hearts sink again. Dark clouds hovered in their heads. How about leaving this place? Said Fan Xiangyin. We should leave the perpetual night forest for the time being. It should be no problem. We can leave, but should we not return? Yang Tian Emperor shook his head. Once we leave the perpetual night forest, it's the empty land outside. It's easy for the alien tribes to detect us. Not only the alien tribes, the 7 ancient factions could chase after us there. It's also a wild area with nothing else. We won't have even an obstacle to hide behind. We haven't prepared for that. It would make us more passive. Yes, we can't retreat. Once we retreat, it will be more strenuous. Chao Chiu Dao, the headmaster of the Chao family, always had a clear mind. Everybody was silent, their faces grim. They were thinking how to deal with this big, oncoming calamity. When they had to face the 7 ancient factions directly, they recognized that they were so weak and tiny compared to this formidable force. They had no means or ways to stop their crushing attack. Little Yen, don't bear too big a pressure. As we are at this point, it's our choice. Without you, we still would have done the same. Yang Tian Emperor looked at him with affection. In this vast world, we would have a way out. We will find a solution. Shi Yen took a deep breath. Great-grandpa, give me time. I need to think about it carefully to see if we can find a way out. Everybody nodded and scattered, discussing with each other in a low tone to find a solution. Yang Tian Emperor sighed, but didn't say anything, as a furious light was dancing in his eyes. No one knew which brutal thought he had at this moment. Sure, Yen didn't say anything. He sat down by the lake, closed his eyes and pondered, his face grim. Chapter 648. Deep Affection, Generous Love. Chapter 648. Deep Affection, Generous Love. When Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui arrived, Shi Yen still wore a gloomy face, as he was yet to figure out the solution. Yang Tian Emperor and Qiu Dao's group were also upset and gloomy. Their countenance looked heavy. They were stressed because of the pressure from the 7 ancient factions. When the 2 elegant beauties whose appearance and bearings were more exquisite than Fan Xiangyin arrived, Qiu Dao and Yang Tian Emperor changed their faces, starting to gather their powers. They all looked tense. They thought that the 7 ancient factions had started their operation. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were their first wave of attack. The 2 men were preparing to kill them. At this moment, Shi Yen frowned and woke up from his deep thought. Seeing the 2 beautiful women who had a love knot with him, he tried to beam a smile. Why are you here? Lin Meng, Nia Ruo, and Guan Ho are about to attack you guys. We're here to tell you to leave early. Don't wait until they come. Bing Qing Tong's pretty eyes held a faint streak of affection. She smiled elegantly. It's good that you've reached the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm. Han Shui's eyes brightened as she smiled gorgeously. You, this be asterisk starred. Can you stop making people worry about you? It's obvious that you have an excellent natural endowment. Why do you always put yourself in difficult situations? Sigh, I don't know what to tell you. Hearing Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui, Yang Tian Emperor's group was startled as they felt something weird here. They had heard about the story between Shi Yen and the 4 ice flowers of the Ice Emperor City. However, they couldn't confirm if it were true or not. Today, as they had finally seen the 2 gorgeous women and their soft voices, they immediately recognized that the truth could be more unbelievable than the rumors. You guys shouldn't have come here. You should stay in the ice and fire secret domain. Why do you want to come here for troubles? Shi Yen felt warm. He put aside his worries for a moment and then smiled. Where are the others? How are you doing in the ice and fire secret domain? He was referring to Lung Danqing and Xuan Yuzhu. They can't get out. Otherwise, they should be here already. Bing Qing Tong bit her lips. She was always a noble and cold woman, but now she looked like a little girl who had just tasted love. Go, we will go with you. It's all right if we can dodge this calamity. The power of the 7 ancient factions is much more dangerous than what you've imagined. Your force, I think you can't deal with them. She knew the 7 ancient factions' force was imposing. She knew Lin Meng's group was determined, and she also knew that Shi Yen was stubborn. Asking him to leave his people and join the 7 ancient factions was impossible. She didn't talk much to persuade him. If I could leave, I would have left already. Shi Yen smiled and then shook his head, talking to Yang Tian Emperor's group. Don't hasten. There's always a will. Give me more time. Yang Tian Emperor smiled and waved his hand. You guys should talk. I need to run some errands. Qiu Dao and Shi Jian were also tactful. They smiled and then left. The worries they had settled. Both Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Chiu Dao were the heroes in the endless sea. After 100 years, they had been through so many kinds of dangers. Their minds and hearts were persistent and brave, such that nothing could compare. They would never be cracked easily by the current problem. Everybody dispersed, as Shi Yan, Bing Qing Tong, and Han Shui sat together by the lake, where waves rippled beautifully with the sun, moon, and stars shining above their heads. Wind breezed, blowing the refreshing scent towards them. The three looked peaceful and harmonious. "Have you ever missed us?" Han Shui kept silent for a while and then asked weakly. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes, as a trace of longing appeared on her charming face. "Sometimes." Shi Yan turned to look at her, flashing his white teeth in a radiant smile. The sinister and cold manners of the past vanished. "But I'm so busy. Each step I've taken is full of danger. I've been fighting with many people. I don't have much time." "It's all right." Bing Qing Tong's soft, delicious lips parted as she whispered. "We don't wish for many things. As long as we have a position in your heart, even if it's tiny, it's enough for us. Our ages are much different. We understand. We aren't matched." Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had been famous in the divine great land for so many years. Their age was actually much bigger than his. However, women who cultivated martial arts could keep their youth as their realm increased. At the same time, their ice jade technique was specialized in retaining one's appearance. It helped them preserve their beauty forever. At first glance, they were just in their 20s. However, they knew their real ages. During the time they had spent together, they always felt small, as they thought that they had taken advantage of Shi Yan. They had never wanted to occupy him. As time flew, Shi Yan had reached the third sky of Spirit Realm, the same realm as theirs. With their knowledge, they knew Shi Yan would go on to a wider world. Their thought of occupying Shi Yan had soon been cut off. In this great land, strong warriors could do what they wanted. They could rule the others, or they could destroy the whole world. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had gawked at Shi Yan's progress, watching him about to surpass them. Gradually they felt helpless. They thought that they should seize the time and spend more time with him. Although this affection was short, it was enough to comfort their hearts. Most of the women treasured their love, and they would always want to sink into the river of love. Women who practiced martial arts didn't dare to fall in love. Since they weren't resolute like men, a relationship could entangle them for the rest of their lives, affecting their progress on the martial road. These four women knew that they had sunk deep into this affection after Shi Yan left the Ice Emperor City. They always wanted to know his situation. During the quiet nights, they had yearned for that figure. "We just want to stay with you more." Han Shui was usually a strong woman, but under this ambience where the sun, moon, and stars reflected themselves radiantly in the lake, she seemed to turn weaker. We women are like that. When a man takes our hearts, we will become weak and useless. Shi Yan sat quietly. A puzzled thought appeared in his eyes as he felt so many flavors appear in his heart. He had left them determinately because he considered the four women an ingredient of the love in his life. They weren't his main course. However, at the most critical moment, these two women didn't hesitate to go against the 7 ancient factions. They didn't care about their lives coming here for him. They were like a rock falling into the lake of his heart, rippling vehemently. "I'm an inborn heartless. I'm selfish too. I'm not a good person. I don't know how to make up for your good deeds." Shi Yan turned his head away, his eyes flurried. I still have you in my heart." Light glowed from deep inside Bing Qing Tong's and Han Shui's eyes. They seemed to be revived. Their soul, spirit, and mind seemed to be sublimated. Shi Yan was surprised. His soul consciousness started to sense as he said, Your soul seemed to have changed." Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui hadn't felt the change in their bodies yet. Hearing Shi Yan, a divine light sparkled in their eyes. Halos bloomed from them, as their aura was changed obviously. After Shi Yan left, the inner world of Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui wasn't steady. Their hearts were puzzled, and they couldn't progress their power. Both their soul and realm were affected, as they were all covered by a gray mist that they couldn't see through. This was Mara, the most dangerous obstacle in cultivating. If they couldn't get over it, they would have to stay in their current realm for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Mara and their hearts had been swept away, leaving their souls clean and safe. They no longer felt the dim curtain that restrained their hearts. Also, their realms seemed to be increased. Follow me. At this moment, you're about to break through easily. I'm making it up for you, giving you something that I can. Shi Yan stood up, waving his hand. A translucent halo covered the two women. Just like a meteor crossing through the perpetual night forest, Shi Yan brought Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui swaying through many gaps in the forest. After an hour, they got to the lake. Releasing the earth flame, he took Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui, who didn't understand anything, to the lake bottom, heading towards the Creator's divine pond. Near the ancient formation, Yi Changfeng, Li Zhengrong, and Di Shan were adjusting themselves with their eyes closed. Di Shan and Li Zhengrong had entered the true God realm, and they had created their God soul. At this moment, they were enhancing their new realm. Magical earth and heaven energies were twirling around them. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui didn't know Di Shan, but they knew Li Zhengrong. They couldn't help but shout, their faces astounded. The alchemists and blacksmiths in the divine Great Land were the groups of special people with noble status. They were famous, but their progress in martial cultivation was always slower than the other warriors. Even Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had heard about Li Zhengrong, who had been stuck in the spirit realm for so many years. They had never thought that Li Zhengrong could eventually break through to the true God realm and seclude in this ordinary lake. This was hard to believe. It's true. Old Li has entered the true God realm warrior. From now on, he has discovered a new world. Shi Yan smiled, pointing at the wonderful spiritual station. Bing Tong, you go in there, then release your soul. Calm it down and let the station guide you. Bing Qing Tong followed his words and flew up. She was still suspicious. When she was about to reach the station, she turned her head and asked, "What will happen?" 10 days later, you'll reach the true God realm. No risks, nothing unexpected. Shi Yan smiled. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were dumbstruck. Sisters-in-law, Shi Yan isn't joking. It's real. My teacher and Uncle Di Shan have finished that process. Yi Changfeng giggled, his face inviting people to beat him. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were startled when he addressed them sister-in-law. They blushed, but joy filled their hearts. Go pursue the higher realm, Shi Yan urged. The beautiful eyes of Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui glowed like the diamonds. They couldn't help but shiver. They were overwhelmed by this big joy. Chapter 649. A Beam of Hope for Dawn. Chapter 649. A Beam of Hope for Dawn. In the black pool. Black smog hovered above the pool. It seemed that this smoke would never disperse, rolling like the dark clouds and moving downward. Zwasher floated above the dark water, her face grimaced in pain. She was trying to take in the black smoke. Her aura gradually rocketed. Black lightning struck the pool, hitting Zwasher and getting into her soft body. Xian Ming stayed in the pool, using human form to emerge. His both hands were constantly dragging, pulling, and distorting the power of heaven and earth. He was forcefully pulling lightning and dark clouds in the sky, using his supernatural power to pour all of them into Zwasher's body. 6 hours later, the pain ceased from Zwasher's face. She then felt happy, dancing above the pool. 1 more hour later. Zwasher hummed, her face divine. She sang and then laughed. It works. A satisfied smile appeared on Xianming's face, which was covered in turtle shells. You little girl, your innate natural endowment is unbelievable. If you focus on your cultivating, your future will be unimaginable. However, you are mischievous. You met me too late. Otherwise, you should be at the true God realm now. Why do I need such power? Zwasher mumbled, talking disdainfully. Cultivating strenuous and not interesting at all. My monster teacher urges me every day. So annoying. Meeting you is worse. You are more annoying than that Qi Shao. Don't force me, or I will hate you. Xianming beamed a forced smile. There's so many people in this land who want to be my disciple. Well, you're a lucky little girl. I'm doing the strenuous job to help you without any benefit, and you blame me daily. Sigh, life is so hard. Snort. Zwasher didn't pay attention to him. I've reached the spirit realm. Would you let me go now? No. Xianming's face stiffened. It's really complicated out there. If you go there, you will be involved. While they were talking, Xianming suddenly snorted and then shouted, Get your A**s here. All of you. Yanlong, Shuelai, Nine-Headed Bird, Glacial Armored Giant Alligator, and Silver-Winged Sky Wolf appeared by the pool. All of them were using their true form, which was hundreds of meters tall. Xianming, our boss, what do you summon us for? Glacial Armored Giant Alligator talked in a low tone. While he was talking, thick icy vapor emitted from his mouth. I still need a good weapon. I'm going to find that human kid and ask him for one. Xianming, our boss, if you don't have any important order, can I leave now? Silver-Winged Sky Wolf cried impatiently. You bunch of idiots. Xianming's beard twitched. If I don't watch over you guys, you would be harmed to death. Perhaps you would know nothing, even if he was going to sell you. Yanlong's body, which was covered in flaming scales, shuddered as he roared indignantly. Xianming, our boss, could you not exaggerate? Sure, Yen treats us well. He helped us refine the body and a good weapon, too. He isn't an ordinary human. Shuelai and Nine-Headed Bird also nodded, as they claimed that Shurian had treated them well. Apparently, they stood on Shurian's side. Stupid! Stupid! Xianming shook his head continually, his face as if he were at a funeral. My life is so hard. I have to watch over this group of idiots. Sigh, so annoying. You are so annoying. Xianming, old man, you said the other side is in danger. What do you mean? Zwasher suddenly got serious, frowning. My grandfather, is he going to meet danger? You should make it clear now. I'm going to tell you too, Xianming snorted. The people of the 7 ancient factions want to attack those humans. As far as I am concerned, at least 10 days or a half a month later, they will carry out their operation. Listening to him, Zwasher's cute face paled. She cried immediately, I have to go back. I must go back. I won't allow you to go there. Xianming rolled his eyes at her. You want to go back to get killed? Let alone the fact you've just reached the spirit realm. Even if you were at the true God realm, only death is what awaits you there. You can't imagine how strong the 7 ancient factions force is. They have at least 10 true God realm warriors. What good is there for you if you go there? No, I have to go back. Xianming, old man, if you stop me, I will hate you forever. Zwasher screamed. Yanlong, Shuelai, Nine-Headed Bird were the rulers of the monster clan. From what Xianming said, they understood the matter, their faces darkening. I have to tell you clearly first, Xianming said with a serious complexion. This is the civil war of the human clan. You can help a little bit to pay back the favors, but you are not allowed to risk your lives. Our grandchildren of the monster clan dwell in this perpetual night forest. You shouldn't let the human civil war cause loss to us. Use your brain to think. Don't pioneer and be the idiots. Nine-headed bird, glacial armored giant alligator, and silver-winged sky wolf didn't answer, but Yen Long shouted, Sure Yen has given us favors. We should help him. And if he dies, who will help us refine the body? If all of you die, you don't need to refine your body anymore. Xian Ming rolled his eyes. If anyone goes against my order, I will kick his ass out of the perpetual night forest. I will never allow him to come back. After he said that, the 5 great monsters shut their mouths, but their eyes changed constantly. Xian Ming, old man, you have to help them. Otherwise, I'm not going to cultivate with you anymore. Even if you kill me, I'm not going to move my hands. Zhuo Shi cried bravely. Her soft body shivered. If my family faces something unexpected, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Xian Ming felt a headache coming. He grabbed his hard hair. At most, I'll bring the Zhuo family here. I will keep them safe. No. Zhuo Shi shook her head resolutely. Shi Yan used to help me. You have to save him too. That kid has a tremendous competence. I don't need to interfere. Sigh, he has messed up this perpetual night forest. That kid doesn't learn the rules. He's avoided me to make this bunch of idiots die for him. Save him? Impossible. Xian Ming shook his head continually. Zhuo Shi kept silent, pouting her lips to show her discontent. My little ancestor, why do you need to care about his life? Xian Ming felt the pain swell in his head. My life is so hard. You tell me, why do I need to save him? What makes him deserve that? That year we were all in the quiet cloud land. He took us to the endless sea, and then the divine great land. Without him, I couldn't have met you. And the thing I got, he helped me to translate. The black tortoise true star is thanks to his labors too. Zhuo Shi hastened to tell him the truth. Xian Ming was dazed. He frowned. Is it true? You are trying to fabricate it, aren't you? You fabricate it. Zhuo Shi snorted discontentedly. You can read my mind. Why don't you try? Xian Ming squinted. A shiny light crossed his eyes, entering Zhuo Shi's head. After a while, he pondered and then stroked his chin. It's true. Yeah, let me think. All right, you've reached the spirit realm. It's time to change the place to cultivate. If you progress fast to satisfy me, I will help that kid. Zhuo Shi's eyes brightened. Are you sure? I'm an old man. Why should I deceive a little girl like you? Xian Ming rolled his eyes, then cried with a painful face. This life is really hard. All right, I agree with you. But you have to help me. Zhuo Shi's face was filled with content. Cultivating, right? I'm not good at anything but this thing. Hey, Xian Ming boss, how about us? The group of great monsters of the monster clan stared at him, waiting for his decision. Wait for my order. You guys can help them do something, but without my instruction, you're not allowed to get to the front line and slaughter. Understand? Xian Ming snorted and then thundered. All of you are idiots. After the great space vision, you are still stupid. Sai, this life is really hard. As Yanlong and Shui Lai saw the situation having a chance to overturn, they didn't linger, moving their giant bodies and disappearing from the black pool. After the others all left, Xian Ming opened his mouth and drew all the thick black smog above the black pool. After that, he swung his hand to cover Zhuo Shi in black smog. He brought the little girl to a special area in the perpetual night forest, which would help her break through faster. Inside the Creator's divine pond, Li Zhangrong slowly woke up, his eyes bright as stars. His aura was torrential, bringing a streak of the ancient times. Ah, is that little girl Bing Qing Tong? He turned his head to see the Creator's divine pond behind his back. He couldn't help but cry, then turned to Shi Yan. What? Why are you so upset? Any problem? The 7 ancient faction forces are about to attack us, sighed Shi Yan. Li Jiangrong's mood suddenly became heavy. He knew the dangerous features of the 7 ancient factions. He knew how bad it would be when they wanted to attack someone. He also knew that Shi Yan's current force wasn't enough to counter such force. Have you found a solution yet? He frowned while asking. Sure, Yan shook his head. Li Jiangrong contemplated for a while and then said, You said you have the knowledge of a blacksmith. Should we start from there? Refining weapons. Sure, Yan shook his head and beamed a forced smile. Not enough time. The excellent treasures couldn't change the whole situation. I'm not talking about forging weapons. Li Jiangrong's face was serious. I'm talking about formations. I remember that there are so many powerful formations in the antiquity time. Some could even kill the king-god realm warriors. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He shuddered, then jolted up from his spot. He stood still for a while, as if he were searching for the information in his head. Later on, he beamed a wry smile. Difficult. Talking about materials, the monster clan has enough. But it's going to be a mega construction. I can't build it in a short time. What if the monster clan helps you? Li Jiangrong reminded him. As far as I know, the giant bodies of the beasts would be a great support in building massive constructions. Shi Yan was shaken, as divine light shot out from his eyes. He laughed cheerfully. Old Li, you are truly extraordinary. We can try this. Thank you, Old Li. Haha, true. If the monster clan helps us, we can build the difficult ancient formation shortly. I think it will work. The problem that had troubled him for a long time finally had a beam of hope with Li Jiangrong's reminder. Chapter 650. Construct the City Walls. Chapter 650. Construct the City Walls. The gathering place of the Yang family. Beasts were moving back and forth, their giant bodies seeming like the black clouds in the sky. They were rumblingly stomping on the ground, carrying many cultivating materials on their backs. Each giant beast transporting the materials would shout its name contentedly. Then it would smile servilely to a young man by the lake. Remember me. Remember to refine my body. I can help you. The young man by the lake lifted his head every time, smiled, and nodded to the beasts tirelessly. Yanlong, Shuelai, 9-headed bird, glacial armored giant alligator, and silver-winged skywolf would sometimes appear from the dense forest to order their soldiers, helping them to dig a tunnel underground. There appeared many ditches that connected to each other by the lake. Each ditch was dozens of meters deep. Humid steam diffused from them. Deep inside the ditches, one could see many sparkling lights. With a closer look, one would find they were all the top-grade essence crystals. Every warrior was moved on seeing them. These top-grade essence crystals came from the lake bottom near the Creator's divine pond. Each piece of them was precious, containing a massive amount of energy. So many top-grade essence crystals formed the foundation, but they just looked like the cushion for this formation. Looking from a bird's-eye view, it was a complicated drawing formed by so many ditches. Looking at that formation for a long time, people would feel their souls tremble, as if it were an evil force that could shake people's souls. Several thousand warriors of the Yang family, the Chao family, the Shi family, the Dark Devil clan, and the Winged clan stood in those ditches, constantly moving back and forth. Sweat covered their pale faces. If someone zoomed in each ditch 100 times, he would find a strange formation drawn at the bottom, which had the names of many materials. The crowd of the Yang family and the alien tribes were putting the distinctive materials into their exact locations and arranging the essence crystals neatly. A couple thousand members of the monster clan had been transporting materials for the whole 3 days. The heaven and earth products they had brought to this place were enough to cover the entire perpetual night forest. They were piled up like many big mountains. Super warriors like Yang Tian Emperor, Dishan, and Li Jiangrong had become workers. They were using their tremendous power to build the underground foundation. Even some Earth Realm and Disaster Realm warriors were busy too. They all wanted to contribute their strength. When someone drained all his essence chi and got exhausted, he would come to the lake to receive the pellets. Mighty warriors like Yang Tian Emperor would use the spiritual herbs, the 10,000-year stalactites or other chalcedonies to enhance their essence chi and spirit. They didn't regret using so many precious treasures, as they just wanted to restore the power at the fastest speed. This was willfully trampling on precious heaven and earth products. The area covered by the ditches was around 100 li squared, extending endlessly like giant dragons crawling on the ground, entangling with each other. This formation looked both strange and mysterious. After 8 days of strenuous labor, human warriors and beasts had cooperated to dig the ground and form the foundation. So many strange formations were carved and inlaid with different precious materials. The energy of the top-grade essence crystals had activated the miraculous jades and crystals. Lines of 100 meters tall beasts brought the flame stones, diamonds, and rocks that were hard as steel, all from a distant place. Although they were of different kinds, they were all more rigid than steel and iron. Some stones were as big as a basketball court. 100 meters tall beasts carried them on their backs, which looked like they were carrying a whole small mountain. Countless steel-like stones were pushed into the ditches, piling higher and higher. Shi Yan and Yi Changfeng were using the earth flame and the purgatory true flame to burn those mega rocks. They extracted the contaminants and quenched the rock firmness, pouring their energy into them. Metals from many mines in the perpetual night forest was melted into the blazing fluid, pouring into the ditches, covering the rigid stones. This scorching fluid enhanced the firmness of the stones, giving them a tremendous defending capacity. The ice-cold flame also flew out. Right after the blazing fluid was poured into their exact position, the flame would cool it immediately using its cold air. This fluid then merged with the rocks, just like its armor. Human warriors, pagans, and beasts were gathering, their spirit soaring up to the sky. They had gathered a massive amount of materials, using crystal stones, metals, mineral stones, jades, and gems to raise the area slowly. Eventually, it took the shape of a city, which was not really big. By the time the primitive form of the city was established, Shi Yan had become busier. He carved the formations on the city walls and on some special corners. At the same time, he had to tell Yang Tian Emperor and Yi Tianmo to assign the next tasks to the monster clan. While they didn't pay much attention, the city situated in 100 li squared area was getting taller, reaching the height of 100 meters. It had a square shape, even the top was sealed. They just left a giant door facing the sky, which looked more like a hole. The city was formed, but the atmosphere inside was still hustling and bustling. So many symbols and formation appeared on the walls. On the streets, piles of materials had been arrayed into different formations with different functions. Shi Yan was exhausted and his eyes were dull. He was constantly using pellets and spiritual herbs to resist the fatigue. He didn't stop even at nights, as he was drawing the general outline for the entire city. All the beasts and pagans were working as he had planned. They increased the power and contributed their strength as he required. All of them were giving their best to build this city. 10 days later, the big city was vaguely formed. From the outside, it looked relatively big. The city walls sparkled with a silver light. Under the light of the sun, moon, and stars, it looked more like a silver mountain range, radiating gloriously. Shi Yan was busier. He was flying back and forth in the city, portraying formations, naming the materials that they needed more of, talking to the monster clan, and assisting Yang Tian Emperor's team in arranging their manpower. He was exhausted like an old dog. Present day, a senile old man with white hair and beard took a beautiful young girl and crossed this place. They were stunned on seeing the radiant city. "Grandpa, since when has a city been here?" The little girl had a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Her small face looked like an apple, blushing lovely, showing that she was an active girl. The old man held a dragon cane in his wrinkled hand. His eyes were turbid. It seemed he couldn't see things clearly. He squinted, gazing the silver city that had just appeared for a while. His smoky eyes started to show his interest. Who knows? From the structure, I can see it's not built by ordinary people. Interesting. Is that the 7 ancient factions work? The young girl was surprised for a while and then asked suddenly, the 7 ancient factions should be staying in the ice and fire secret domain, right? 7 ancient factions. The old man contemplated for a while and then shook his head. No, not them. Lin Meng and Nia Rua wouldn't take the risk. The alien tribes are operating around the perpetual night forest. If they are smart enough, they won't show themselves. Oh, then I don't know. The little girl chuckled. Suddenly, she seemed to be interested in this place. Grandpa, can we go there and check it out? The old man didn't answer. He frowned, gazing at the silver city. Eventually, he found many beasts coming in and out the city, which astounded him more. Grandpa, the little girl urged. The old man woke up. He thought and then smiled with a nod, stroking the girl's head. Tell me, littling. All right, we will go there and see. We aren't hurried to see the ice and fire domain anyway. The old man and the little girl sauntered toward the silver city. When they were about to reach the city gate, they slowed down. People, who are you? A clean but cold voice arose from the city, full of vigilance. We are the lucky humans that still survive in the Grace mainland. As we heard the perpetual night forest is relatively safe, we come here to avoid the pagan slaughter. Li Feng Er was standing in a watchtower tower inside the city. Hearing him, she was astounded. After considering for a while, she couldn't help but report to Yang Tian Emperor. Yang Tian Emperor came. From the watchtower, he carefully observed the old man and the young girl. He felt really strange. Yang Tian Emperor at his realm figured out that the old man seemed to be an ordinary elder. He had no energy fluctuations, and his vitality was weak. Quite the contrary, the little girl was a peak of sky, realm warrior. However, her aura was powerful. Energy fluctuated around her body. At this level, even a spirit realm warrior was worse than her. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't so sure. He hesitated, then sent a message to Yan Tmo. Not long afterward, Tianmo and Dishan came. They gazed at the old man for a while, but they couldn't find anything else. They shook their heads, not knowing what to do with this case. This silver city hadn't been finished. If a strong expert with malicious intention came, he could affect the entire construction. But if they didn't let these two come in, the beasts or pagans in the perpetual night forest would kill them. As the old man saw no response from the city, he threw the little girl a glance to signal her. The girl cheered up immediately. Then, she used a grimaced face while speaking. Please, I'm begging you. Please let us in. We've been struggling the whole time until we got here. It's not been easy for us to survive until now. You are humans, right? Please help us. Yang Tian Emperor frowned. He hesitated for a while, then took out the sound stone to contact Shi Yan. Sure, Yan was using pellets to restore his energy. He pondered, then said, let them in. However, we should be watchful. Always keep an eye on them. Don't let them leave our sight. Yang Tian Emperor stopped the communication. He nodded to Li Feng Er. Pay attention to them. You are in charge of watching them. Don't let them go to the center. Li Feng Er shouted with a severe countenance. Let them in. The little girl was cheered up as she continually said thanks and entered the city. The old man didn't walk immediately. He frowned, looking at the shining silver city and the beasts moving back and forth. He seemed to be sinking into his thoughts. Littling, don't mess up in the city. Where the owner doesn't allow, don't trespass. Understand? The old man caught up with the little girl, asking her in a low tone. The young girl was surprised. She turned around to look at him, then nodded. She seemed to feel so strange in her heart. Chapter 651. Dispel Visitors. Chapter 651. Dispel Visitors. After the old man and the young girl got into the city, Li Feng-er arranged them to stay in a big stone room in the outer region. Then, she asked the visitors about their origin. My name's Long Zhu. I'm a hunter in the divine great land. This is my granddaughter Long Ying. A warrior chose her to be his disciple when she was young, so she got some achievements. Thanks to her, I could dodge the pagans and survive until now. Eventually, we got the chance to come to the perpetual night forest. The old man named Long Zhu answered neither slowly nor fast. His eyes were misty. Long Ying smiled but didn't say anything. Li Feng-er frowned, looking at them for a while, but she couldn't figure anything else. She then said begrudgingly, You guys stay here. This is the outer area of the city. You can go wherever you want. However, please excuse us as you are not allowed to enter the center of the city. Long Zhu smiled and nodded. We will remember. Thank you, miss. Li Feng-er nodded, leaving with a skeptical look on her face, as if she felt something was wrong. Waiting until she left, Li Zhangrong knocked the dragon cane on the wall of the room with a strange countenance. After a while he frowned, his face astounded. He seemed to get something. How is it, Grandpa? Long Ying laughed cheerily. Excellent. Li Zhangrong smiled and then said, This stone wall is made of a combination of different rigid stones. Very good for defending. Seems it was quenched with high temperature. Really good. The one who could build this city should be a peerless blacksmith. In our divine great land, only some can achieve this. Long Ying was terrified. So, this place is a base of human clan? Grandpa, why don't you use your soul consciousness to sense? Li Zhangrong shook his head as he explained smilingly. It's not polite to do so. They are nice enough to let us in. We shouldn't break the rules. In any place, using the soul consciousness to peep into people's secrets is taboo. You little girl, you shouldn't mess up here. Harumph. Long Ying's eyes were disdainful. With your power, even if the pagans are raging, we're still all right. Without them, we still live well. It's different. Girl, you have to be thankful. Li Zhangrong shook his head grudgingly. This city isn't finished. They have to bear big risks by letting us in. Haha. Their bearings aren't similar to the 7 ancient factions. If they were Lin Meng or Nya Rua, they would give us no chance to visit the place. So why do we need to go to the Ice and Fire secret domain? Lin Meng and Nya Ro, even if they are more selfish, they belong to our human clan. They are protecting the human bloodline. They've saved many people. Li Zhangrong frowned, his face gloomy. If the alien tribes are about to attack us on a big scale, we have to contribute our part. Sure, Yin didn't put those 2 people in his mind. He was still busy portraying the formations. He continually made the hand seals and released his energy to imprint the walls. The Silver City had 6 gates. Besides the 4 general directions, it had 2 more gates in the roof and underground. The underground gate led to the deep place in the earth, connecting with the earth's pulse. The city was divided into the outer and the inner areas. The outer city was arranged with countless traps and dangers, created by so many barriers and formations. The inner part took 1/5 of the entire city, which was established with a giant universe soul-gathering formation. It could take the energy of heaven and earth through the gate in the roof. To build this city, Shi Yan owed the Monster Clan a big deal, as he had almost gathered all of their sources. The Yang family, the Chao family, the Winged Clan, and the Dark Devil Clan had temporarily stopped their cultivating process to focus on this mega construction. Of course, without the Monster Clan's contribution, it was impossible to build such massive city in short time like this with only the human labor. Li Zhangrong had given him the inspiration. Little Yen, don't destroy yourself like that. Take a break. No need to hasten. Shi Jian came out of nowhere, walking to the lake with affection on his face. Shi Yan smiled, looking really tired. It's okay. I can still endure. The force of the 7 ancient factions would come here in any minute. We have a little time. We must do our best to survive the pressure from the 7 ancient factions. Shi Jian sighed. Your grandpa's useless. I can't help you much. Sigh, when we came to the endless sea, we knew how small we were. But when we came to the divine great land, we realized that we were the worst. Our vision is narrow. If we could go to the endless sea or the divine great land earlier, we would have been able to help you better perhaps. It's all right. As long as we live, we still have time for everything. Shi Yan comforted him. Grandpa, you should go to work. Please take care of the others. Ask them to save their strength. Don't get paralyzed due to tiredness. These days, many people had fainted because of running out of energy and bearing the big pressure. A vigorous warrior fainted, which showed how exhausted his people were. Although Li Zhangrong had refined many pellets, the number of warriors who needed to use pellets was increasing. Their medicines and pellets were in a shortage. Luckily, at the critical time, the Chao family, Fan Xiangyun and Man Gu, had given the medicines and pellets they had stored for 100 years. At this difficult moment, they had used the pellets to support for a while. Otherwise, it wasn't just a small number who would have had passed out. It had come to the most critical time. No one had a different thought. To survive, they had put forth everything, becoming united more than ever before. People supplemented pellets, spiritual herbs, materials, and their physical strength. In hopeless situations, people's potential would bloom. It was worth every moment. Without this city, they would never have had this state. Another day had gone by. In the thick forest outside the Silver City, a group of 100 human warriors was talking boisterously while walking in the forest. They all wore beautiful clothes. 2 elders took this group, an old woman with a glowing face and an energetic old man. They knew each other as they were discussing something along the way, their faces solemn. Right behind them were dozens of spirit realm warriors and some sky realm and nirvana young men. All of them looked vigorous. Among them were 2 appealing women. Surprisingly, they were He Qing Man and Chu Yen Qing of the Endless Sea. They were talking with each other in a low tone. Their faces were gorgeous. The long trip didn't wear them out. It only tangled their hair, giving them a different wild beauty. Chu Yen Qing didn't wear her mask. Her beautiful face, which could even bring down a whole city, was exposed like a naturally magnificent gemstone. People would be mesmerized looking at her. It was unknown what they had experienced, but they had reached the peak of Sky Realm. Their aura was thick and surging, as waves of energy rippled from them. There were many Nirvana and Earth Realm warriors walking near them. Sometimes they would peep on them, revealing their yearning emotion with a hot look. Qing Man, we will arrive at the Ice and Fire secret domain soon. It's where the 7 ancient factions of the human clan gather in the divine great land. It should be interesting there. I know many people of the 7 ancient factions. Can I take you around to visit the place? A handsome young man holding a jade ruler chuckled, talking naturally. He Qing Man frowned, but it was almost invisible. She shook her head. Wei Zhai, I'm not close to you. Please don't call me Qing Man anymore. Wei Zhai didn't change his countenance and just chuckled. You little girl, you're so polite. My teacher and your teacher have a good relationship. So, you are my little sister. Why should we be too distant? I can't reach that high. He Qing Man talked with a cold face as she was impatient. Wei Zhai was good at observing the situation. He got it right away, so didn't say anything more. He shifted his look to Chu Yen Qing. However, right before he was about to speak up, Chu Yen Qing sneered. Stop it. You can try your luck with the others. You're not my type. Wei Zhai was always dissolute, and it wasn't a secret here. Girls falling into his hands would be ignored when he got tired of them. He didn't consider his dissoluteness a shame but pride. He often bragged about the details of his hunting for beauties which ashamed his exes. However, Wei Zhai was the biggest disciple of the old man who took the lead of this group. He had the spirit realm cultivation base. Not only did he have a profound realm, but he also had the benefits of distributing pellets and materials, which made the other girls, despite the crooked facts about him, admire him and want to be with him. Usually, these girls would lose both their bodies and reputation. People from the barbarian place, like the endless sea, where no heroes were born, what do you have to have such cold manner? Wei Zhai was surprised, but he didn't get angry. He still babbled. I just want to befriend you guys. We can talk. We can discuss the cultivating techniques we like. Perhaps you are overthinking. No heroes. Chu Yanqing frowned, snorted, then said, As I know, when Shi Yan arrived in the divine great land, he defeated Lai Feng. Wei Zhai, you said that you're cool. Can you beat Lai Feng? Wei Zhai put on a dark and sinister complexion. He shouted coldly, Shi Yan again. Along this trip, how many times have you mentioned that name? I'm so annoyed by this name. It's you who said that our endless sea has no good heroes. If you can defeat Shi Yan, I will consider you the number one. Now what? He Qing Man intervened disdainfully. Shi Yan had spent 10 years to reach the peak of Sky Realm. Could you do that? Wei Zhai's face became more grimaced. Brother Wei, why do you need to get angry over a dead man? Even if he is more dangerous, the pagans will kill him soon. You don't need to be like that. A young man interfered. Wei Zhai smiled faintly. I hope he's dead. Otherwise, harumph. However, this troop stopped all of a sudden. The old woman and Wei Zhai's teacher were surprised, looking at a dazzling silver city from a distance. Ah, city's over there. Last time when I came here to train, it didn't exist. The young man who had just interfered them acclaimed. He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing looked at the area ahead of them. They didn't know what mysterious thing was over there. Chapter 652. I'm the Master. Chapter 652. I'm the Master. The group of around 100 warriors was gazing at the silver city from the thick forest, all wearing strange faces. Yan Ku and Wen Di, the two leaders, were the secluded experts in the divine great land. He Qing Man, Chu Yanqing, Wei Zhai, and the other young people behind them were the two's disciples. Some other spirit realm warriors were their followers. Besides Yan Ku and Wen Di at the second sky of True God Realm, this group had a dozen spirit realm warriors. The others had the Earth Realm or Nirvana Realm cultivation base, and they were pretty young. This force, in any aspects, was not worse than any other forces of the 7 ancient factions. Moreover, they were the elite warriors with unimaginable potential. When they reached the Silver City, Li Feng Air and the others were watching from the guard tower. Their faces became solemn immediately. Abruptly, waves of silver light rose from the city walls. Magical patterns appeared on the walls. There were drifting clouds, enormous mountains, flying birds and swimming fishes, etc. All looked really animated, as if they were real objects carrying magical energy. Long Zhu and Long Ying immediately felt the movement from inside the city. They couldn't hide their surprise, walking out of the stone room. They stood on the high wall, peeping from a corner. Ah, Long Ying acclaimed with surprise. Why are Grandma Yan and Master Wen here too? Long Zhu didn't reveal any emotion, talking indifferently. Only the secret domain in the perpetual night forests the human shelter at this moment. As the alien tribes want to kill human clan one for all, they come here to contribute their part. Grandpa, are we going to meet them? Long Ying asked in a low tone. Shaking his head, Long Zhu said, No need to hurry. Let's see what the host will do. Yenku and Wendy's team is different from us. They bring too many people. They didn't try to conceal the force. When such a force appears, the master of this place will show himself to see the situation. Longzhu had stayed in this silver city for 2 days. He kept being surprised because of the different ancient formations portrayed here and there. Moreover, he was struck seeing the big investment of the city. Everything made him so curious about the owner of the silver city. He wanted to know what kind of a genius in the divine great land could make the monster clan serve him. The ancient formations here were also a mystery to Longzhu. He didn't know the purpose of the owner building a silver city here. So, Grandpa, you need to be careful. Don't let them see you, Long Ying smiled. Longzhu nodded nonchalantly. Don't worry. We'll just watch the scene. Great work. Yenku and Wendy observed the silver city for a while, looking at the countless drawings of formations appearing on the wall. Their countenance slightly changed, as they were crying with astonishment. He Qing Man and Chu Yen Qing gawked. They were scared by the energy fluctuation from the city walls, not daring to utter a word. Wei Shai had stopped his flirting, gazing at the silver city. He put on a serious face while fear filled his eyes. He had visited the perpetual night forest several times, so he knew this place was the monster clan's territory. Many tremendous beasts lived here. Moreover, after the 7 ancient factions came here, they had been hiding in the ice and fire secret domain. They didn't dare to provoke the monster clan. Today, a majestic city had grown in the monster clan's territory. This was uncommon. When Yenku and Wendy were talking, some beasts transporting the materials flew out of the city, soaring into the sky. The beasts glared at them, snorted, then flew away. Glacial armor giant alligator. Yenku's visage changed. She couldn't help but shout, her eyes sharp. I'm sure the monster clan can't have such exquisite attainment. This silver city isn't something they can build themselves. Wendy frowned, his face dark and gloomy. Might be the monster clan has forced some excellent blacksmiths to build this city for them. 1 or 2 blacksmiths could never be able to build such massive city. I think there's something we don't know. Yenku shook her head. Just wait, I think the owner will come. I really want to see who dares to join the monster clan like that. Should we go to the ice and fire secret domain first? We should tell the 7 ancient factions, then see how they deal with this silver city, right? Wendy was hesitant. It's okay. As long as we don't have any dispute with them, there would be no problem, said Yenku. He Qing Man and Chu Yen Qing looked at the silver city, their faces astounded. In the city center, Shi Yen felt exhausted. He looked at the magical symbols and formation inlaid deep in the ground, and the Yang family soldiers putting the special materials in their exact locations in the formation. He relaxed a bit. Right at this moment, his sound stone transferred Yang Tian Emperor's thought. Shi Yen immediately got the news that almost 100 warriors were gathering outside the city, their identities unknown. Shi Yen looked distressed with his disheveled hair and dirty face. His clothes had many folds, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were dull. These were the signs of consuming too much essence, qi, and soul consciousness. I'll be there right now. Shi Yen sent his thought to the soundstone. A glorious silver light bloomed from a formation under his feet, covering his entire body. Shi Yen disappeared instantly. A similar formation on the wall in outside area of the city glowed. A silhouette emerged from the rigid stone wall, gradually appearing in front of Yenku and Wendy. He Qing Man and Chu Yen Qing shivered, as light sparkled from their beautiful eyes. It was unbelievable to them. They had to cover their mouths so as to not shout. In the crowd, they gazed at the young man. Dust covered his face, and his clothes were wrinkled. Shi Yen stood atop the wall, His eyes raked through Yen Ku and Wendy. Then he took out some pellets, swallowing them all. After that, his countenance looked a little bit better. Ah! From a corner of the city wall, Long Zhu sighed, his face odd. The owner didn't come, but he let a junior talk for him? This isn't how we treat the guests. Long Ying glared at Shi Yan from a far distance. She wore a strange smile on her face. This man looks sloppy. He dares to meet people with that appearance. Well, doesn't he know that he should wash his face? He ate some pellets in front of so many people. He has exposed his weak essence qi. I think the master of this place isn't a good person. His arrangement isn't good either. Qing Man covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the young man on the wall without blinking. Her soft body shivered. Sure, Yen hadn't recognized the two beauties he knew from the crowd in front of his eyes. He took in the pellets, then closed his eyes to adjust his body. Afterward, he said casually, "Where are you from? Where do you want to go?" Wendy took one step forward, frowned, then thundered. "Kid, tell your seniors to talk to us. Where's your master?" His voice pitched as rumbling thunder, reverberating without ceasing. "Don't mess up with us." Shi Yan shouted impatiently. His face darkened. "I'm the master. If you have no business here, you should leave early." The city construction had come to the critical point. Sure, Yan didn't want to waste much time with strangers. He couldn't help but urge them to leave. This group wasn't similar to Long Zhu and Long Ying. Yang Tian Emperor and Li Feng Heir couldn't recognize Long Zhu's real cultivation base, so they had just considered him an old man. And Long Ying at the peak of Sky Realm, Yang Tian Emperor didn't consider her a threat. This group of Yen Ku and Wendy was different. They didn't conceal their aura and competence. The two second sky of true God Realm experts were enough to shake the later phase of their construction. Moreover, a dozen of Spirit Realm warriors could also affect the finishing of their city. If they let them in, once they had the malicious thought, although the Silver City could make them pay a bloody price, it would affect the progress of the construction badly. At first glance, Shi Yan decided not to let them in the city, but he also didn't want to provoke them. "You are the master." Wendy was a hot-tempered person. He shouted, "Kid, don't waste my time. I just want to ask your master, why does he stay with the alien tribes? You are human. Why don't you go to the ice and fire secret domain? What do you want to do here?" "What do we want to do?" Shi Yan's face was mocking. "We build the city not to prevent the alien tribes, but to defend against the 7 ancient factions." At that moment, not only Yen Ku and Wendy, but Long Zhu and Long Ying in the city were also dumbstruck. Sure, Yen didn't want to talk much with them, waving his hand. "Sorry, we have our errands to run. Forgive us that we can't treat you well. The ice and fire secret domain isn't far from here. We're not going to accompany you." Then he strolled into the city wall. His body was like it was made of water that could merge with any part of the city wall with no restriction. His figure flashed and disappeared. Numerous symbols and formations glowed on the city walls. The 4 gates at the 4 directions of the city started to diffuse a dangerous aura. Yen Ku and Wendy became grimaced. They were all secluding experts. They hadn't interfered with the matters of the divine great land for a long time. However, Lin Meng and Nya Ro always had to treat them with excellent etiquette. They wouldn't be so rude. Shi Yan's behavior had irritated them. Did we create a grudge with them? After Shi Yan got back, Yang Tian Emperor frowned, then talked to him. "The others are strong. Your behavior will create more enemies for us." "How could I not know that?" Shi Yan sighed. "However, we can't let them in. Once they show their hostility, we can't bear the consequence. And they are racist. Apparently, they don't go the same way as us. We can't persuade them." Yang Tian Emperor nodded. "Then forget it. But what if they attack us now? Can we resist it? Not a big deal. Although this utmost 8 purgatory city hasn't finished, its power isn't simple. If they want to get it, it would be their bad luck. Shi Yan beamed a faint smile, his face arrogant. Yang Tian Emperor felt safe. He didn't talk more. Chapter 653. Wind and Clouds Move. Chapter 653. Wind and Clouds Move. Yan Ku and Wen Di kept silent outside the Silver City. They didn't dare to act rashly. In the crowd, He Man Qing and Chu Yen Qing wanted to call Shi Yan, but they restrained their emotions eventually. Looking at the formations where dangerous energy was rippling, they felt like they were in the 2 different worlds. He was within their reach, yet they couldn't touch him. We should go. Yenka shook her head eventually. It's not easy to break this city. Perhaps the 7 ancient factions know them. When we get the information, it's not too late to come back. Wen Di agreed with her decision. He looked at the Silver City for a while, then turned around, taking his team to leave the place. He Man Qing and Chu Yen Qing lagged to the end of the team. Sometimes they turned their heads to look at the Silver City, their complexion begrudging. Yang Tian Emperor's group exhaled in relief, seeing they leaving. Yan Ku and Wen Di had profound cultivation base, and their warriors were also elite. If they had to fight with them, even if they won, their construction would be delayed. This wasn't what they wanted to see. Right after Yan Ku and Wen Di left, Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui came to the Silver City from the lake. The 2 of them had the true God realm cultivation base now. Sure, Yen was joyful as he got to know that the 2 women had broken through a new realm. He then started to arrange for Yi Tianmo and Yurua. Yi Changfeng stayed in that lake because only the heaven flames could open the formation sealing the lake. After Yi Tianmo and Yurua got there, he would return to the city, using his purgatory true flame to help Shi Yan refine the city. Everything got back to its neat order, and Shi Yan was still busy as ever. The Ice and Fire secret domain. Inside an ice stone building, 3/3 sky of spirit realm were guarding a secret chamber. Today, Xia Qing Ho came to the chamber. After the 3 warriors gave him the signal, he was allowed to get in. Thick spiritual qi drifted in the air, bobbing like clusters of cloud inside the chamber. Xia Xianyan was sitting on a massive jade cushion. The dazzling light was twirling around her. She recognized the visitor while cultivating. She opened her eyes, as beautiful as stars in the sky, and smiled at him. "Great-grandpa, why do you come here?" Xia Qing Ho watched here and there. He pondered for a while, then said, "Little Yan, Shi Yan's in the perpetual night forest." Xia Xianyan's bright eyes twinkled. "Where's he? Has he arrived in the Ice and Fire secret domain yet?" Shaking his head, Xia Qing Ho's eyes were complicated. "He stays in the perpetual night forest. He refused to go to the Ice and Fire secret domain. Yuan Hao, the master of the Radiant God cult, invited him many times, but he rejected his invitation. He wants to befriend the alien tribes." Xia Xianyan frowned. "He's always like that." "What? Is he in danger?" "The 7 ancient factions want to kill him." Xia Qing Ho struggled in his head for a while. Eventually, he decided to tell the truth. The 7 ancient factions have a big resentment with the alien tribes. Anybody who joins the alien tribes will be treated as a traitor. At this moment, besides the Radiant God cult and the Fighting Union, the other 5 forces are prepared. Soon, they will kill Shi Yan and the Yang family. I don't want to conceal things from you, but I don't want you to get involved either." Xia Xianyan suddenly shot up as anger filled her jade-like face. "Great-grandpa, didn't you send messages to him and ask him to be careful?" "No, I didn't. I didn't take that risk. For the Xiao family, I don't want to reveal any weakness the others could use to threaten us. Once someone finds it, not only the Xiao family would be in danger, but your future would also be affected. You will be the leader of the Pure Land in the future, the hope of humankind. I don't want you to get involved in this mess. Xia Qingho sighed begrudgingly. You should give up that relationship. The Yang family is besotted. It's their choice that they want to be with the alien tribes. We can't force them to follow us. At most, we shouldn't join the operation. Great-grandpa! Xia Xianyan was enraged. Without Shi Yan, you would have never regained your sanity, and the Xia family would have no chance to visit the divine Great Land. Even me, it would have been impossible to break through the true God realm that fast. He didn't regret giving you and me the life original fluid. People should be thankful and repay the favors they have received. How could you behave like that? I have no choice. For the Xia family, for your future, I could do nothing. Xia Qingho didn't seem to be regretful, his face resolute. Little Yan, although Shi Yan isn't ordinary, he has chosen the opposite way. When he made his decision, he should have expected what would happen. However, he still chose that way. A man like him is very dangerous. He wouldn't resist for long in this life. I don't dare to agree with your assessment. Xia Xianyan felt a big shame struck her heart. She looked at her great-grandpa with a solemn face. I have to go out. Not allowed. The freaky, childlike voice of Lin Meng arose from outside. After a while, she got into the secret chamber. She glared at Xia Qingho. You should get out first. Xia Qingho bent to greet her, then left. Teacher, why? Xia Xianyan talked with a solemn countenance. Why do you have to target Shi Yan? Because of me? Yes. Lin Meng nodded without any hesitation. His existence will affect your progress. To women, love is the biggest Mara in their hearts, especially to warriors who are wholeheartedly dedicated to the cultivation. As long as he's still alive, he's always a door leading to death in your heart. He will affect the whole life of yours. Teacher, is it true that you have never been in love with any man? Xia Qingho asked as if she weren't afraid of this woman. I have, but I killed him myself. That's why I don't have any knots in my heart, Lin Meng answered faintly. Xia Xianyan was frightened. I want the best things for you. In the future, you will surpass me and become the true leader of our human clan. You have to clean up Shi Yan, your Mara. If you can't, as your teacher, I'm responsible for helping you. Lin Meng said in a low tone. No need. Xia Qingho was persistent. I don't want you to control everything of mine. I'm not your puppet. Everything I do is for you. No matter you want it or not, as long as it benefits you, I will do anything. Lin Meng snorted. I allowed your great-grandpa to tell you everything is to show you that your teacher has never deceived you. Even if you want to hate me, I want to give you a clear reason for your hatred. Then, Lin Meng's figure faded out until she disappeared completely from the secret chamber. Observe her. When you detect something abnormal, report me to immediately. Lin Meng advised the 3 guards outside the chamber. You think it's not good? One of them asked. It's all right. She will feel hurt for a while, but she will get rid of it soon, Lin Meng coldly said. She will hate you. Then let her hate me. If she makes me her target to kill, I will be more joyful. In this special stage, she needs strong treatment. I always force her to cultivate. However, her motivation is not strong enough. If she makes killing me her purpose, she will try her best. That's what I want to see. Outside the perpetual night forest, many members of the Ghost Mark clan were floating in the air. Comoros was holding written charm scripture in his hands with his dark face, using his soul consciousness to move it, making it more disorderly. This group of Ghost Mark clan was waiting for something. After a long time, a light that appeared in the sky from the left of the Ghost Mark clan. It enlarged into the dead soul's evil lair. Clansmen of the Dark Spirit clan strolled out from their lair. There was no emotion in their eyes. A long time after the dead soul's evil lair arrived, they saw a dark spirit clan member walked out of the cave. Ivyson, who had joined hands with Comoros, and the other 3 members of the dark spirit clan bent their bodies with great respect when they saw that man. That clansman of the dark spirit clan had empty eyes. Thick, dead aura diffused from him, as if he had just come from the space of death. As soon as he arrived, everybody seemed to cease to be. "Master, the Ghostmark clan got here before us." Ivyson stooped and said in a low tone. The member of the dark spirit clan, who appeared the last, just nodded, but he didn't say anything. All clansmen of the dark spirit clan stood silently, as if they were the wooden rooters. No one dared to utter a word. After a while, a 5-colored banner appeared on the horizon. That banner was moving rapidly, carrying many members of the dark clan standing upright on the banner. The 3 Yama kings, Abi, Hades, and Haitian, who used to stir up the entire endless sea, stood in a triangle. A dark blue light appeared in their midst with many shades of light, such that people couldn't see the thing inside clearly. Vaguely, they could see something moving in there. The 3 Yama kings seemed to consider the thing in that dim blue halo their master. When they had just arrived, they immediately reported to that blue halo. They sometimes pointed to the place where the Dark Spirit clan and the Ghostmark clan were gathering. Crack, crack, crack. Sometimes they could hear the cracking sounds of bones rubbing against each other underground. Not long after that, the ground under their feet cracked into a big, deep abyss. Right after that, many coffins emerged from the ground. Members of the Corpse clan got out directly from Earth one by one. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were protecting a massive coffin standing in the middle of the Corpse clan's crowd, which looked very special. "Corpse Chief, you're late." The member of the Dark Spirit clan, who appeared the last, said in a feeble tone. His voice was mournful and sad, like a resentful spirit crying in people's ears. "I'm not the one who comes the last. Someone is even later than me." A sharp voice that sounded like sword slashing on a stone echoed from the coffin that Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were protecting. It was quite unpleasant to the ears. At the same time, giant beasts appeared from the north and the east. Experts of the demon clan were riding those beasts. They were the 2 different forces of the demon clan. One of them was the ancient Bao family that Shi Yan had met before. Bao Ao was their leader. The other force was also strong, no less than Bao Ao's. It was the ancient Jia family of the demon clan, led by Jia. This man had a lozenge mark on his forehead. Strange energy rippled from it, which could shake souls. Bao Ao and Jia came from the strongest ancient families of the demon clan. They had come from demon clan spaces outside the Grace mainland. At the same time, the 2 leaders were also rivals. They had always battled to unite the demon clan. Bao Ao and Jia took several thousand elite warriors of the clan, riding on demonic beasts. Their force was so strong that they could press the other alien tribes. They had arrived the last, as if they were so certain about their leading role. Dark Clan, Corpse Clan, Dark Spirit Clan, and Ghostmark Clan were the 5 great alien tribes on the divine Great Land at this moment. They all showed up outside the Perpetual Night Forest, as per the appointment made beforehand. Chapter 654 Master Acceptance Ceremony. Chapter 654 Master Acceptance Ceremony. The real name of the Silver City was the Utmost 8 Purgatory City. It was divided into 8 directions, including the 4 directions east, south, west, north: the sky, the ground, the life gate, and the death gate. The city had 2 parts, the outer part and the center part, supported by countless barriers, restrictions, and formations. To build this city, Shi Yan had used almost all of his efforts, using the precious materials that the monster clan in the perpetual night forest had treasured for thousands of years. With the contribution of the monster clan, the Yang family, and the alien tribes, they had completed the city. Today, Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, Chao Chiu Dao, Bing Qing Tong, and Han Shui were gathering near Shuryen. A massive piece of silver crystal stood in the center of the city. It had many carvings of symbols, written charms, and scriptures. A radiant light was moving around this crystal, giving people a beautiful view that could touch their hearts. This silver crystal was as big as a basketball court. It was solid and no leaks or cracks could be found. Portrayed lines of energy intertwined complicatedly that was hard to describe. You must use the divine weapon to be the formation eye. Yang Tian Emperor's face was heavy. He balled his hands into fists, showing that he was tense. Just like him, the other people were holding their breath, waiting solemnly. They were waiting to see the moment when the utmost 8 Purgatory City was complete. It must be a divine weapon, and only divine weapons can make the utmost 8 Purgatory City move and resist the counterforce of this great formation. Sure, Yin was breathing regularly as if he were really calm, but only him knew how nervous he was at this moment. Divine weapons! In the divine Great Land, only the leaders of the 7 ancient factions could have. Shuryen, do you actually have one? Li Zhangrong's voice was uncertain. His eyes sparkled as he wasn't so sure. If they didn't have a divine weapon to become the formation eye, the effort they had spent during this period was wasted. The utmost 8 Purgatory City couldn't perform its power, which meant they couldn't withstand the 7 ancient factions' attack. Shuryen still looked disheveled and dusty like before. He even had some tears on his clothes. At this moment, he looked like a beggar. Nothing in him made him look like the real owner of the Silver City, the master behind the scene who had reached everywhere to gather the sources and build this city. Divine weapon! I do have one. At this critical moment, even Shuryen had become hesitant. He wasn't so sure. Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhangrong didn't talk more. They kept silent, looking at him, waiting for his next move. Taking a deep breath, Shuryen summoned the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword and stroked the Blood Vein Ring gingerly. He believed that both the Sky Destroyer and the Blood Vein Ring were divine-grade treasures. However, he couldn't decide which treasure to use to be the formation eye and control the utmost 8 Purgatory City. The Sky Destroyer Divine Sword was powerful. With this sword, he could use the enormous energy during fighting, which would benefit him a lot. And the Blood Vein Ring, it had the whole world inside. The War Devil, the Earth Flame, the Ice-Cold Flame, the Vanishing Corpse Flame stayed inside the ring. Once he used the Blood Vein Ring to be the formation eye, his life in the future would be full of struggles. Everybody kept silent. Even the hotshots like Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhangrong didn't have divine weapons to use. Although the Grace mainland was vast, divine treasures were still the scarcest items. They weren't something ordinary people could keep. They wanted to contribute, but they didn't have such things to give. Shuryen slammed his brows together. He hesitated for a while, and eventually he decided to use the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword to be the formation eye. Once this thought popped up in his mind, he stopped hesitating, using the soul consciousness to drive the divine sword and his will spirit to guide the sword stabbing in that massive crystal. The divine sword sparkled, then disappeared, leaving a concave spot on the crystal. After 15 minutes, Shuryen's soul consciousness had turned into one with the entire Silver City. The city now was like a part of his body. He could see everything inside the city. He could control any magical formations or activate any barriers with his mind. Silver waves rippled from the enormous crystal. Light dots showered, shooting in different directions, entering the center of each formation and barrier. The great universe soul-gathering formation under their feet started to move and transferred the energy from the top-grade essence, crystal underground. Just like burning energy, waves of energy surged torrentially from the ground under their feet, flooding the entire city. The door that faced the sky acted as if it were a massive tornado, wildly drawing energy from heaven and earth in the perpetual night forest, turning them into 5-colored light that naked eyes could see. The gate pulled them all and distributed them to different corners of the city. It caused a significant change in heaven and earth's energy. All creatures in the perpetual night forest at a certain level could sense this earth-shaking change. Essence, chi, and soul consciousness remained in Yen were drawn rapidly as the Sky Destroyer divine sword was taking them from him. In front of everybody, he cried in pain, then crouched on the ground just like a massive mountain was pressing on him. His face paled as sweat soaked his body. He looked miserable. Yen. Little Yen. Master. Li Zhengrong, Yang Tian Emperor, and Dishan couldn't hold their screams. They wanted to step forward and help him. Yen crouched on the ground, wiggling and waving his hands. He shook his head, his face distorted as he was panting like a wild animal. Don't come near. No one can help me. As he was the owner of the Sky Destroyer divine sword, the sword only took his energy. No one could help him. If he couldn't resist this challenge, he would vanish, turning into ashes together with the Silver City and the Sky Destroyer. Everybody was begrudging. Yang Tian Emperor had his eyes reddened, and his muscular body shuddered. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui bit their red lips, tears lingering in their eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds of breaking bones echoed from Yan's body. Shortly, his skin cracked and blood splashed everywhere. In just a short moment, his handsome face was covered with blood and shattered flesh. He hadn't told anybody that if the owner of the divine weapon used to subdue this utmost 8 purgatory city didn't have enough power to resist, the moment the city accepted its new master, he would endure a terrifying pain. If his power was insufficient, of course, he had to endure tremendous torture. Perhaps his body would be crushed and his soul would be drained. At that time, he would explode to death right in the middle of the process. He didn't tell them anything. However, now everybody knew how strenuous and painful it was. Puff, puff. Yan's blood streamed down from his body, flowing into some special puddles and ponds under his feet, seeping into the silver crystal. There were pieces of flesh flowing together with his blood. Yan's body was muscular and robust. However, at this moment, he was bony like a skeleton that had no blood or meat. This view was so pathetic people didn't dare to watch any longer. Yang Tian Emperor understood this pain. When using the immortal rebirth secret to quench the body, even a madman couldn't endure the pain that was beyond the human body. The pain Yen was enduring included a soul-level pain, which was several times more severe. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't afraid that Yen couldn't endure this pain. However, he was afraid that Yen had risked his life to withstand it. Under his tough willpower, his soul would fall first. While he didn't notice, Yang Tian Emperor's fingers had dug into his palms, with blood dripping. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was grim, as he was trying to control himself. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui didn't dare to see it anymore. Tears rolled down their faces. They turned away. Their shoulders shuddered while trying to control their crying. At this moment, Chao Qiu Dao, Ling Ming, Li Zhengrong, and Dishan bent their bodies, their eyes full of pain and sadness. After this, I, Chao Qiu Dao, make a vow that I will follow Yen for my whole life. Staying silent for a while, Chao Qiu Dao bent his body, speaking in a low tone, his face respectful. Fan Xiangyin and the other warriors standing behind him all heard his vow. They didn't say anything, but kneeled down, bowing to Yen as they were shouting their vows in their hearts. Yen had used all of his power to protect each of them. Everybody witnessing this event understood how meaningful it was. They all had great respect toward Shi Yan. On the city wall in the outer region, Long Zhu and Long Ying were watching. Of course, they couldn't see the fierce master acceptance ceremony in the center of the city. However, they could feel the tremendous change of the entire city. Thick energy flooded the area as all barriers and formations had been activated. Torrential energy surged unceasingly. This is the oldest master acceptance ceremony. If that kid is the real owner of this silver city, I'm afraid he is experiencing the most painful and terrible moment. He could vanish in any second. Long Zhu wore a complicated complexion, but his eyes showed his respect towards the young man. He's too young to reach this stage. However, he nailed it. Such a brilliant genius. Is the master acceptance ceremony that painful? Long Ying was astounded. If his realm is high enough, it isn't so painful. However, he has only at the peak of spirit realm. Usually, the more powerful the formation is, the bigger the dangers and pain that the owner will receive during the oldest formation master acceptance ceremony will be. Long Zhu explained, I can see that this silver city can attack even the third sky of true God realm warriors. This means, when the city conducts its master acceptance ceremony, the counterforce the formation releases can be compared to the power of true God realm warriors. Long Ying discolored, shouting, Does he want to die? Long Zhu contemplated for a while and then shook his head. Who knows? Anyway, if he tries to get over it, his willpower and toughness will reach an unimaginable level. No Mara could harm him. This will facilitate his cultivation towards the king god realm, as he could endure things normal people can't. When he enters the king god realm, he won't be afraid of anything. He can keep his heart safe from fears or worries. He will be complete. Is he that excellent? Long Ying was startled. Grandpa, I have never seen you acknowledge anybody that much. Is he worth it? His realm isn't as high as Lin Meng's group, but his will, his mentality, and his brutal thought of having no fear of death has surpassed Lin Meng. Long Zhu kept complimenting. I won't highly evaluate Lin Meng until she reaches the king god realm. But if this kid can get over today's challenge and no one kills him in this Grace mainland, he will become the one amongst the human clan that has the highest possibility to reach the king god realm. How about Xia Xen Yen of the Pure Land? Long Ying's soft body shivered, her face disbelieving. That little girl has a fortune that no one could compare with. However, the king god realm doesn't require only a good fortune. Long Zhu shook his head. This young man, as far as I am concerned, has a bigger chance to succeed than that little girl. If I have to predict who will succeed, I will bet on him. His heart is incomparably strong. Grandpa, if he survives this calamity when the 7 ancient factions come to kill him, what would you do? Long Ying thought for a while and then asked seriously. If he is still alive, I'll choose him, said Long Zhu resolutely. Long Ying's soft body trembled. She covered her mouth, her face disbelieving. Chapter 655, No Way Back. Chapter 655, No Way Back. Shi Yan was hurt severely, as if he were skinned alive. Blood covered his body, and people could see even his bones. With his strangely vigorous body, a warrior at the same level couldn't cause him such damage, even if he had used all of his power. However, this master acceptance ceremony was different. This kind of backlash was so dangerous that it could be compared to full power attacks of a true god realm expert. At this moment, the essence chi of his body, the negative power, and the soul power of his soul consciousness were all supplied to the sky destroyer divine sword, which troubled him, preventing him from countering the change of his body. His power was decreasing, while the consumption demand was increasing. Such severe wounds and wisdom were inevitable. Shi Jian, Li Zhengrong, Di Shan, and the others surrounded him, a bloody body, to protect him. Bing Ting and Han Shui were sobbing. Tears filled their faces like a shower. Yang Tian Emperor came over to support Shi Yan. His body was still convulsing, as if his tendons and vessels were all broken. If it were an ordinary people, even if his soul were immortal, vitality would be taken from him, leaving him with a shriveled body. Only someone with a highly tenacious body and immortal martial spirit like Shi Yan could survive. People surrounding him all wore different facial expressions. Shi Yan was now a bloody body. Vitality in his body was just a flickering light in the moor. Tendons and vessels in his body started to move like snakes. Gradually, his flesh started to grow back under some strange power. It grew little by little on the proportional skeleton, as his body was formed again. Ah! Li Zhengrong discolored, screaming, pointing at an exposed bone of Shi Yan. Gold skeleton. His cry had wakened up many people who were sinking in pain. They all scrutinized, and then found that Shi Yan's bones were like they were molded from liquid gold. Golden light shimmered strangely from them. Di Shan and Chao Qiu Dao couldn't help but look at Yang Tian Emperor. Yang Ji, can the immortal martial spirit of the Yang family turn bones golden like that? I have never seen anything so strange. Asked Chao Qiu Dao. Yang Tian Emperor shook his head suspiciously. This isn't a feature of the immortal martial spirit, but I'm not sure what it is. The only thing we can confirm is that these bones are too hard. Golden skeleton. Golden skeleton. Strange, glorious light sparkled in Li Zhengrong's eyes as he sank into his thought. After a while he was struck, shouting, "The giant clan! The golden giant! No, it doesn't seem right. He doesn't look like a giant, right?" Everybody was frightened and couldn't help but glare at him. As I know, when members of the giant clan reached the king god realm, their skeletons would turn golden. We call them the golden giant. Li Zhengrong explained. Golden skeleton is the special feature of the experts from the giant clan. Besides them, I don't actually know any other clans with a golden skeleton. So, you think he is like the giant clan? Yang Tian Emperor didn't know whether he should cry or laugh, and just shook his head. He doesn't seem like one. Li Zhengrong beamed a wry smile. However, it should be related to the giant clan. I can feel a strange energy, fluctuation in his bones. Only the golden giants have this kind of power. Don't guess, Shi Yan spoke up with a hoarse voice. When I was on the Cold Wind Island, I had visited a space crack. A golden giant was buried there. I got his golden marrow. After I refined my body, my bones turned golden. Everybody was frightened. It's really good fortune that you can add the golden marrow to your body. You inhuman. Li Zhengrong forced a smile. While they were talking, the utmost 8 purgatory city had restored its quietness. The entire Silver City seemed to be quenched one more time. Each corner of the city now had the intimidating aura of a tremendous power. The immortal blood in Shi Yan's body divided into 5 drops, suffusing a massive blood aura as he was using the immortal rebirth secret to grow his shabby body once again. All of a sudden, the triangle mark Bao Ao had left on his neck became so hot like burning fire, releasing an imposing energy. He couldn't help but cry. Shi Yan frowned, using his soul consciousness to sense. "Kid, how are you doing?" Bao Ao's voice came from the triangle mark. After a while, a scarlet halo expanded from the mark, creating a vague image. Shi Yan's eyes brightened, looking the images being projected from his neck. His complexion became solemn. It was the image of the allied army of the 5 clans, including the Demon Clan, the Dark Clan, the Corpse Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan, and the Ghost Mark Clan. These 5 clans had gathered outside the Perpetual Night forest with dozens of thousands of warriors. A heavy pressure, like a massive mountain, slapped Shi Yan's face from the image. It had almost suffocated him. Shi Yan watched the scene, and a helpless feeling swelled in his heart. He had thought of getting away from this place. His fighting will seem to have vanished. They are the members of the 5 clans. Soon we will enter the perpetual night forest and visit that ice and fire secret domain. Hey boy, I heard that you couldn't stay with the human clan. So, are you interested in joining our ancient Bao family and becoming one of us? Bao Ao smiled, tenderly like a nice student. There was no evil energy surging from his body. At first glance, he appeared as a harmless man. Shi Yan soothed his pounding heart, pulled himself together, and shook his head to deny the offer. Sorry, I have stuff I need to do. I don't want to depend on anybody. Bao Ao didn't get angry. He just nodded. Okay, no need to hurry. I'll give you more time to consider. Yeah, you can see how strong the 5 clans here are. The images changed continually according to Bao Ao's words. The leader of the Dark Spirit clan, Comoros of the Ghostmark clan, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea of the Corpse clan, the 3 Yama Kings of the Dark clan, and the dim halo they were protecting, all were visible. As the images changed, Shi Yan felt his heart sink to the bottom, his face grim. You can continue to consider. The moment before you die, you still have the offer. Bao Ao chuckled, then cut the connection. The triangular mark on his neck disappeared, and so did the images. Yang Tian Emperor, Chao Chiu Dao, Li Zhengrong, and Di Shan were looking at him with strange expressions. Did you guys see that? Shi Yan took a deep breath, asking with a solemn face. What? Asked Yang Tian Emperor. You guys didn't see it? Shi Yan felt weird. We just saw a light shot out your neck, projecting some dim image in the sky. Then we saw you mumble. Nothing else, Li Zhengrong said. Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan nodded. Sure, Yen changed his visage. The 5 great alien tribes have started their massive scale invasion. Perhaps they will come to the ice and fire secret domain shortly, and they may pass by our base here. Everybody discolored in fright. I saw the 3 Yama Kings and so many warriors that could compare to human, true God realm warriors. It's impossible to resist this force. Sure, Yen thought quickly to assess the situation. I'll activate the teleportation formation to the Cold Wind Island in the Endless Sea right now. Warriors under Nirvana realm can go there directly. He had thought of returning to the Endless Sea. With the teleportation formation, it wasn't a difficult task. However, he also knew that Hades, Abi, Haitian, and the other experts of the Demon Clan wouldn't spare the teleportation formations in the Endless Sea. So he didn't do that. Besides the 3 Yama Kings, hotshots of the ancient Jia family had also come to the Perpetual Night Forest. This meant the Endless Sea should be safe temporarily. That's why he decided to return. However, when he stood in the teleport formation, after his soul consciousness connected, Shi Yan discolored in fear. Everybody was bewildered, but they all had a bad premonition. They are destroyed! Shi Yan's eyes were dim and distressed. The 2 places that we can reach in the Endless Sea are destroyed. The space nodes are demolished. How about the northern Gem Mountain? Chao Chiu Dao asked hurriedly. The same. Everybody else panicked. What should we do now? Defend to the last moment. Besides that thing, we have no other option. The entrance of the ice and fire secret domain. Yen Ku and Wendi's group of 100 human warriors had reached their destination. Yen Ku coughed. As she was about to notify the guards, she suddenly got something, waving her hands. Scatter, quick! Right after that, warriors of the 7 ancient factions stormed out of the entrance of the ice and fire secret domain, which was in a tree trunk. The leaders of this group were the masters of the 7 ancient factions, Lin Meng, Nya Ruo, Qin Guchuan, and Yun Hao. Dozens of True God Realm and Spirit Realm appeared abruptly. That scared Yen Ku and Wendi's team. Old Yen, Master Wen. Lin Meng was surprised, looking at the 2 seniors at the entrance. Why are you two here? The alien tribes want to eradicate human clan. They are gathering at the Perpetual Night Forest. As the members of the human clan, of course, we are here to contribute our part, Yenku said with serious countenance. You two had crossed thousands of miles to here. We all appreciate your high notion of your duty. It's the good news for human clan. Lin Meng was grateful. Compared to you, some rotten B** stars have made people hate them to the bones. I regret I couldn't smash them into ashes immediately. Rotten. Wendy was astounded. Then he said solemnly, Are they the ones that have joined the alien tribes? Yes. Qin Guchuan shouted indignantly. Master, one has met them. Wendy nodded, his face grim. On the way there, we found that they have built a city, befriending with Monster Clan, such rotten traitors. Where are you going? Asked Yenku. We're going to kill those traitors. We want to keep them from joining the alien tribes, Lin Meng shouted. Is it okay, as we know that the 5 alien tribes are gathering in the Perpetual Night Forest? Yuan Hao frowned. Then we should be hurried. Qin Guchuan snorted, then smiled at the other two. Old Yen, Master Wen, what do you think? We have no objection, Yenku said faintly. That's good. Lin Meng's eyes brightened. She thought that even God wanted to help them, as Yenku and Wendy were here. Chapter 656, Chi Tian Od. Chapter 656, Chi Tian Od. From the city wall of the outer city, Long Zhu and Long Ying looked at the immense sky above the center of the city. They were watching lightning strikes forked in the sky like a bunch of worms, with serious facial expressions. Surprisingly, that kid has overcome it. Surprise filled Long Ying's small and cute face. Grandpa, you said that if he could get over it, you would help him. Are you sure? How about the 7 ancient factions? We just try to solve the mess. If we can't do that, I think this kid has more abilities to preserve the flickering light of human clan. Long Zhu pondered, then said, I think it's time to talk with the master of this place. Grandpa, the 7 ancient factions force is superb. Lin Meng's group isn't made of nice people. They won't listen to others' advice. If you want to go with them, of course. Lin Meng will never agree. Long Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled as she was worried. Today, human clan is about to meet the most dangerous catastrophe. One wrong move can lead to the end of human clan. If Lin Meng's group doesn't want to wake up and want to carry out this war, I can only stay on the opposite side to them. Long Zhu sighed, not knowing how to express his idea. I hope they would consider the whole picture. I think this city isn't simple. Even if the 7 ancient factions attack it, they can't break this wall. Is this city as dangerous as you said? Long Ying was scared. I have some knowledge of the ancient formations, but I can't understand the structure and operating mechanism of this city. The energy inside is really earth-shaking. I don't know how that kid could create this city. The only I can confirm is that if the true God Realm experts attack here, they will be hurt badly. Long Zhu said in a low tone. Long Ying kept quiet. The outer areas have the weakening and aging fields which oppress the spirit and deprive people's power. Even my realm is restrained. When Lin Meng's group gets here, I'm sure their realms will be decreased by 1 or more minor realms. Facing so many barriers and formations here, coming to the center of this city isn't easier than fighting with alien tribes. Long Zhu's face was heavy. Perhaps this city will be the main fort of human clan in the future. But they have befriended alien tribes. Long Ying was suspicious. In the future, humans will never be the sole ruler of the Grace mainland anymore. Multiracial development is the new trend. I'm not sure this kid could see this trend or just grasped up to the step. However, I acknowledge his wise move of putting aside racism and creating a good relationship with other races. This is the only way to survive. If we keep the prejudice of the past, human clan will go extinct. So, the 7 ancient factions' force is going on a wrong way. At least it's outdated. Different times require different changes of understanding. Dare to dream. Dare to do. Or else, the other clans would expel you. I'm going to the Ice and Fire secret domain this time to persuade Lin Ming's group to give up the prejudice of the past and consider how to live in peace with the other races. But I know this is really difficult. Lin Ming's group has conservative thoughts. I'm afraid it's hard to convince them. At this moment, if we have a pioneer better than them, naturally I have to help him. While Long Zhu was talking, his face stiffened as the energy surged from his body like a tornado, plunging directly into the center of the city. Inside the city, many barriers and formations were triggered at once. Beautiful light shot out. Twisted evil fields appeared that could weaken the power and age people's vitality. This made the city become a dazzling spot. Many areas were sparkling with blinding light. Long Zhu looked like an ordinary old man, but when he released his aura, it could activate all the barriers of the city. In the center of the city, Shi Yan had recovered his body, but his essence, qi, and soul consciousness were still weak. Suddenly, he sensed something abnormal. His face changed as he shot up from his seat. Yang Tian Emperor, Li Zhengrong, and Di Shan were frightened. They couldn't help but shout, "So strong! Who is that?" Bing Qing Tong paled. Her voice trembled. Such surging energy. Even Lin Ming can't control this. Since when we have such an intimidating existence in our city? Shi Yan's face darkened. He squinted, then used his soul to connect the utmost 8 purgatory city to detect the cause that stirred up his entire formation. The old man in the outer city. Everybody discolored. "Hey, little buddy, can we talk a little bit?" A clear, generous voice echoed through the city, just like thunder reverberating everywhere. "Not good." Yang Tian Emperor pressed down the anger. "It's him. When that old man got in here, I had sensed him, but I couldn't find any strange features. I didn't expect that he could conceal that much." Yang Tian Emperor couldn't see his realm, which meant his realm was much higher than his, at least more than second sky of true God realm. At this moment, the utmost 8 purgatory city could only resist the first sky of true God realm. The mighty power of the old man had frightened everybody as they felt an incoming danger. At this moment, he doesn't have malicious intent, Shi Yan pondered and then said, "I'm going to meet him to see what he wants." "Don't." Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong tried to stop him. However, while Shi Yan was talking, a formation glittered under his feet. Immense light covered his entire body, and Shi Yan disappeared instantly. Shortly, a halo expanded in the outer city where Long Zhu and Long Ying were standing. Shi Yan emerged in the light. Long Zhu smiled, then nodded to Shi Yan. "It's you. I didn't think that you're the real master of this place. What's your name?" "Shi Yan." "Shi Yan. I have heard this name. Huh. You've been to the Dead Soul Mountain Range, and you've defeated Lifeng. It's you. It's a surprise to me. And you are." Shi Yan's face was incomparably serious. He had prepared discreetly, and in case this old man had malicious thoughts, he would urge the barriers around him to kill him at any cost. It was lucky that the utmost 8 purgatory city had been activated. Otherwise, he didn't dare to come close to the senior. The aura of this old man made him irritatingly anxious. This feeling had appeared when he was facing Xianming. Even his confidence was struck to somewhere far away. He didn't even have the intention to struggle. Xianming was the real owner of the Perpetual Night Forest, the greatest senior at the peak of level 9 of the Monster Clan. He had 1 foot entering the level 10. It could be said that he was the strongest existence Shi Yan knew. He didn't expect that the old man Yang Tian Emperor had led into the city had reached such realm with formidable power. "I am Long Zhu. I didn't deceive you guys. the old man smiled. However, not many people know my real name in the divine great land. They call me by the other name. Perhaps you've heard about me before. I wish to know. Shi Yan talked with a serious countenance. Chi Tian Oldie Long Zhu smiled. Shi Yan was struck. Light shot out from his eyes, his face astounded. It's him. He was the most mysterious recluse in the divine great land. It had been several hundred years, and nobody had ever seen him operating in this continent. His position was higher than Lin Meng, Yun Hao, and Qin Guchuan. His age could be compared to the monster clan. The legend about him was always told in the divine great land. Even the leaders of the 7 ancient factions had to show respect, mentioning him. Haha, seems you've heard my name. Long Zhu smiled, but his face was nonchalant. I don't have bad intentions towards you guys. Quite the contrary. I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you are interested in it or not. Precursor, please do tell. If I can do it, I won't deny, Shi Yan said cautiously. Your city doesn't look bad. I want to be part of it. Long Zhu stroked the dragon cane in his hand, smiling strangely. The alien tribes are about to invade us, and I have no place to go. I want to find a shelter, and this city looks good to me. Shi Yan was surprised, looking at him deep into the eyes. He kept silent for a while and then asked, the Ice and Fire secret domain is supposed to be safer. Why you don't want to go there? If I didn't visit this place of yours, I'm afraid I would go to the Ice and Fire secret domain. But now I want to stay here more. The Ice and Fire secret domains the narrow space outside the Grace mainland. It's not my homeland. I feel staying here is better. Long Zhu smiled and explained. That's why I told you my identity. I don't want you to misunderstand me, thinking that I have some wild plans or something. Haha, I wonder if you will grant me my wish or not. Shi Yan frowned as thoughts seethed in his heart. Long afterward, he cracked a smile. Precursor, you are in the city already. Yeah, I'm in the city, but you guys haven't trusted me yet. I'm just afraid that you will be distracted by me at the critical moments. Long Zhu continued, neither fast nor slow. Of course, I understand your worries. At this moment, I'm not going to the city center. After this wave's over, if the city isn't broken yet, I think you will understand me more. Why do you need to be that cautious? My grandpa thinks that you guys aren't bad. That's why he wants to help you. You do think that we're going to harm you, don't you? Long Ing snorted indignantly. No, I think he doesn't bear bad intentions. Shi Yan could finally relax. He knew that a little girl like Long Ing could never have a cunning heart. From her attitude, he could confirm that Long Zhu didn't have malicious thoughts towards them. Finally, he could relax high-tense nerves. I just want to make it clear about my identity. So later on, when you figure it out completely, you won't think that I have bad intentions towards you guys. Besides, I will prove my attitude. Long Zhu waved his hand indifferently. Little buddy, I know you're busy. I won't trouble you for more. The 7 ancient factions will arrive around 6 hours later, I assume. You should be prepared. What would you do when the 7 ancient factions attacked this place? Shi Yan was startled. Then he asked with a sharp look. I will help you defend the city. However, I won't kill people of the 7 ancient factions, said Long Zhu. What if I kill people of the 7 ancient factions? Perhaps I might not see it. Thank you. Shi Yan made a deep bow to him and thanked gratefully. Then he turned around, his figure flashing before he disappeared completely. Although he didn't know why this most mysterious recluse of the divine great land wanted to help him, he finally could put this worry aside, exhaling in relief. This guy is a careful person, Long Ing pouted. I thought he would take us to the center of the city. Quite the contrary. If he did that, I wouldn't appreciate him more, Long Zhu smiled. His relatives and friends stay in the city center. If he carelessly let us in, and if I did have evil plans, it would create a bloody disaster. He has to worry about it. Yeah, His deed shows that he's a careful and meticulous person, even though he's still young. It's a good virtue, especially at this moment. He needs to be careful taking each step. It would help them survive longer. Chapter 657, Inextricable. Chapter 657, Inextricable. Lin Meng, Yen, Ku, Wendi, and more than 800 warriors of the 7 ancient factions had arrived in front of the Silver City. This time, 7 ancient factions had sent almost all of their hotshots. This force was stronger than any clan. The moment they saw the city in the forest, they were all startled. Although they had prepared, this shining city appeared gloriously under the light of the sun, moon, and stars, which made them stunned for a while. That kid still has many tricks. He has tried to build a whole city. Nya Ro couldn't help but compliment. Beasts have helped him. When we passed by this place, we saw the monster clan leaving the city. When Dee snorted, they don't even understand the difference between races. Such ignorant brats. They stay with Monster Clan. They should apologize to our fellows who died by the alien tribes. Lin Meng and Qin Guchuan nodded. Should we notify them first? Yuan Jiang frowned. It's not reasonable if we start the battle right away. It's too brutal. He Geminu, we don't need your fighting union to join this operation. You don't need to care about it, sneered Qin Guchuan. Yuan Jiang's face was cold. Anger flashed in his eyes as he snorted. Behind Yuan Jiang were Bei Si and Bei Di of the Banner family, by Gusan of the Aok family, Lao Li and Kai Yi and Lung Danqing, Xuan Yuzhu of the Ice Emperor City. All of them had complicated looks on their faces. Bei Di and Bei Si sighed, shaking their heads, as they didn't know what to do to save the situation. Lao Li wanted to say something, but he got his mouth shut because Bei Si had thrown him a glare. As people here were all strong warriors of the 7 ancient factions, their realms and cultivation base weren't enough for them to voice up. Kai Yi's face was as if she had clusters of dark clouds on it. Her mind was a mess of tangled threads. She wanted to say something to Shi Yan, but she knew it was useless at this moment. This is the path they have chosen. They can't blame the others. The pagans have slaughtered around the divine great land. They know it already. They know their purpose is to eradicate human clan, but they still did that. They are getting themselves on the dead road. Bai Gusan said indignantly, his face dark and gloomy. Kai Yi knew her position. She understood that she had no means to help Shi Yan. She could only let sadness nibble her. In this crowd, Lung Danqing and Xuan Yuzhu felt the most anxious. They had received the news from Lai Feng. Apparently, Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were in this city. It was just a wall, but they were a whole world apart. They wanted to get in there, but they didn't dare. This feeling hurt them a lot. Standing behind Yuan Hao, Tang Yuannan, Jimu, and Yu Ying were discussing something in a low tone. Zhu Yi, the city master of the wonderful stone city of Spirit Treasure Sect, had come. His face was complicated. He was hesitant, as he was struggling to make up his mind. Xia Qing Ho, the headmaster of the Xia family, stood next to Lin Meng. His face was cold, while his eyes sparkled with light. However, he didn't say anything. Among the 7 ancient factions, many people had a good relationship with Shi Yan and Yang Tian Emperor. Some didn't agree with Shi Yan's group, and the others wanted to settle the dispute, but they were helpless. They could only watch the change in silence. Standing behind Yan Ku, He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing had a dark countenance. They exchanged looks, since they didn't dare to talk about Shi Yan. They were afraid that people could take it as their weakness. Inside the Silver City, Shi Yan stood on the formation eye. He looked tired. People who should come have come. We shall go. Yang Tian Emperor nodded with a serious face. They all knew that this fight would determine their death or life. Once they started it, they would have to do their best. Little Yen, Can your body endure this? Yang Tian Emperor was worried. Once they attack us, you have to operate this city. With your current situation, do you think you can do it? To make this utmost 8 purgatory city accept its master, Shi Yan had consumed a lot of his essence qi and soul consciousness. Although he had pellets to help him recover, he couldn't fully restore himself shortly. At this moment, the essence qi in his body wasn't half his peak strength, and his soul consciousness remained not more than 1/3. Once they engaged in the battle, he had to focus on using his soul consciousness to control the entire city, and he had to spend a large amount of essence qi to stimulate the formations and barriers. If his energy weren't enough, the power of the city would be reduced. If he put forth everything to resist, he would drain his essence qi. His body would shatter, and his soul power would be consumed completely. If it accelerated to that point, he would die before the city got broken. No problem, Shi Yan cracked an odd smile. Once the war happens, people will die. It's easy for me. If he hadn't had the mysterious martial spirit, he would never have had this confidence or mentioned that he could resist to the end. The existence of his mysterious martial spirit could help him solve the biggest problem easily. When people died, he could always take in their essence qi. Once he could resist the first stage, waiting until the mysterious martial spirit filtered the energy and send it to his essence qi halo, everything would be solved easily. For his consumed soul consciousness, he could use the soul gathering pearl to supply the purest soul power. That Qi Tian oldie, do we need to keep an eye on him? Dishan asked. He contemplated for a while and then said, Li Ji, and I can stop him for a while. Do we need to prevent him? No need, Shi Yan shook his head. Don't know why, but I feel that this oldie will be on our side. Haha, I have no evidence, but I believe in my assumption. Until this moment, Yang Tian Emperor Dishan and the others had still kept an eye on Qi Tian oldie. His name in the divine great land was too resounding. Any warrior on this continent had heard about how intimidating and mysterious he was. No one could guess his intentions. So, when Shi Yan said the old man would help them, they didn't believe him. Guys! However, a head-splitting voice reverberated from the outer city. Long Zhu's sound was like the drumbeat that could shake people's hearts. His voice came to every corner. Shi Yan and Yang Tian Emperor were discussing the important matters in the center of the city. They were all struck. Lin Meng and Yan Ke's group outside the city was frightened, looking at the imposing city walls. Long Zhu's slender figure appeared in the corner of the city. He held a dragon cane. His face was wrinkled, outlining a pair of muddy eyes. He looked senile, as if he had 1 foot in the grave already. Qi Tian oldie. Qi Tian oldie. Old Long. That's Old Long. Why is he in the city? Instantly, many surprised screams and shouts arose from the formation of the 7 ancient factions. Many people exclaimed when they recognized Long Zhu. However, they were all suspicious. Lin Meng, Nia Ro, Yan Ku, and Wen Di, the true God Realm warriors, became tense. They all took 1 step forward. From a distance of 1,000 meters away, they bent their body to show their respect. In the divine great land, calamities had happened many times. Sometimes, the 7 ancient factions had their hands tied. They had to ask for Long Zhu's advice to overcome the tough times. Long Zhu had an important position in the human clan. He was the true warrior that everybody respected. A long time ago, when big troubles had happened on the Dead Soul Mountain Range, at that time Lin Meng, Yun Hao, and Nia Ro weren't as strong as today. Long Zhu had helped them to control the Dead Soul's evil lair. Several events like that had happened. Long Zhu had done his best to save the human clan. Although Lin Meng, Qin Guchuan, and Nia Ro were people with noble positions, they had to conduct the etiquette of the juniors to their seniors in front of him. People who didn't know Long Zhu got his identity right when they heard the others shouting. They couldn't help but discuss with each other quietly. They were all startled. Yun Hao was struck. As he thought that they could have a chance to overturn the situation, he hastened to scream out, "Old Long, why are you in that city? I know Old Long always has a broad vision. Do you have any new instructions for us?" "I don't dare to give you guys instructions," Long Zhu said with a merciful countenance, his tone soft. "The alien tribes are gathering outside the perpetual night forest. They are about to march here. Every minute you get out of the secret domain is the minute you may counter danger. Once the alien tribes come, without the special defensive features of the secret domain, everybody will face fatal risks. I know the resentment between you and the owner of this place. However, they are members of our human clan. In such special times, I do not expect you to waste our clan power in a civil war." After he said that, everybody from the 7 ancient factions started to bustle. Many people who were racist screamed to show their anger. They said that Long Zhu was wrong this time. The number of warriors who agreed with Long Zhu was just 1/10. People who had a good relationship with Shi Yan had recognized the meanings behind Long Zhu's words, which was to consider the whole picture. They agreed with him, but their voices were sunk in the angry shouting of the others. Looking at them from the city wall, Long Zhu couldn't help but feel his heart heavy. He knew it was impossible to make it work. Although Lin Meng, Niero, and Yan Ke respected him, they weren't his subordinates. If his opinions tilted to Lin Meng's side, perhaps they would treat him with greater respect. But if he went against their wishes, this respect wouldn't be like it should be. He was just an old man without a big force as his background. Although his realm was mysteriously tremendous, he was just 1 level stronger than Lin Meng's team. Without a stronger force to subdue them, Lin Meng's team would never stop. Indeed, after Lin Meng, Niero, and Qin Guchuan discussed with each other for a while, Lin Meng replied to Long Zhu. Her voice showed her respect, but she wasn't so tender. "Old Long, how could you talk like that? They are joining the pagans. They've killed many people of human clan, including members of the Heaven Temple, even a true God realm expert. They showed us that they have an agreement with the alien tribes. They want to destroy our remaining human bloodline. We have to punish them. Traitors should be executed. Kill them. Take revenge for our follows." Many enthusiastic members of the Heaven Palace, the Pure Land, and the Martial Spirit Palace were shouting, their face reddened with rage, as if Shi Yan had killed their fathers. Although no one knew who had killed Ning Duquan, and Qin Guchuan hadn't discovered who did that, he had poured this pot of sh* tea on Shi Yan's head, who seemed to be a suitable man for the job. But Shi Yan had done that indeed. Chapter 658. Then we fight. Chapter 658. Then we fight. Long Zhu knew that he alone wasn't enough, his face regretful. He knew the racial discrimination on this continent would never change, even if tens of thousands of years had passed. Also, Lin Meng, Niero, Guanhu, Niero, and Lu Miao were stubborn. Even Yan Ku and Wen Di, the 2 recluses, couldn't see the whole picture. How many people could do that? Moreover, it was true that the pagans had slaughtered humans everywhere, leaving the divine great land in miseries. Only Long Zhu alone wasn't enough to settle the racist matters. This is why he chose to go the same way as Shi Yan. He thought Shi Yan's way was the main trend of future, the only way for humans to survive. As he couldn't make them think the other way around, Long Zhu wouldn't waste his effort anymore. Shaking his head in regret, he stood on the city wall and didn't say anything. "Sorry, Old Long. For the peace of human clan, for our fellows who had fallen, we have to do what we have to do." Lin Meng bent to him, but her eyes were determined. The crowd behind her was stirred up. They were about to take action. They shifted, as if they couldn't control their bloodthirsty desire anymore. Right at this moment, Shi Yan appeared on the city wall, looking at the 7 ancient factions on the opposite side. He smiled, his face tired. You guys came. His look shifted between Tang Yuan Nan, Xia Qingho, Bai Jinseng, Jimu, Basi, and Beidi. He felt so bitter. Shi Yan boss, Lao Li and his brother mouthed in the crowd. They were upset. Their voice sank into the sea of angry shouting and screaming. Zhu Yi and Tan Yuan Nan's group wore heavy visage. They shook their heads begrudgingly under his look. Some other people, like Bai Gusing, couldn't hold their snorts with malicious complexion. When Shi Yan looked at Xia Qingho, he was like a wooden log, not having any emotion on his face. Shi Yan couldn't see his real feelings. From a formation next to him, Yang Tian Emperor emerged, frowning at the force, including Shun Lin's group, who used to belong to the Yang family, and Xia Qingho's group, the ones Yang Tian Emperor had brought to the divine great land. He laughed oddly. Good. I know many people here. Haha. I have never expected to see them as enemies, but now they are. It's true that no one can see through the others. Under his gaze, Shun Lin, Dong Jin, and the other traders of the Yang family stooped their heads, as if they didn't hear or see anything. A beam of shame flashed Xia Qingho's dull face. He sighed, looking at Yang Tian Emperor from a far distance. Yang Ji, if you return now, everything will be all right. Yang Tian Emperor revealed a pathetic sadness, smiling. Return? What wrong deeds I've done to return? Should you or I return? Have you ever thought about that? Xia Qingho shook his head, his face dark. He didn't talk more. Their dozens of years of friendship in the endless sea vanished after this small exchange. I, Yang Tian Emperor, pledge that who have ever received my favors, if they join the battle today, I will burn their bones into ashes at any cost, said Yang Ti Emperor coldly. A headmaster of a small family in the wild place dares to talk arrogantly here. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Qin Guchuan sneered. You don't have a tomorrow. After today, everybody in that city will no longer have their names uttered in this world. Yang Tian Emperor cracked a smile, his face ferocious. Well, I'm not sure about that. Today, who wants to attack us, stay here. Who remembers our favor and doesn't want to engage in this fight, please step back for 3 miles. This is for me to know who are my enemies and who are my friends. Shi Yan's face was cold and still as water. He looked at them coldly, his voice calm. We will retreat 3 miles. I've said before, I just came here to watch. We are not going to join this operation. Yuan Hao laughed frankly, waving his hands. The disciples of the Radiant God cult behind him, including Tang Yuan Nan, Jimu, Yuing, and the others, followed his words to separate themselves from the crowd. Right at the beginning, Yuan Hao didn't want to join this fight. He took around 10 warriors of the Radiant God cult with him to this place. Yu Wanjiang frowned, throwing a glare at his people. Our fighting union is different from the other forces. Although I'm your hegemon, I won't force you. If you want to fight, stay. If you don't, you can leave. Pausing for a while, Yuan Jiang waved his hand. Warriors of the Celestial Emperor, come with me. We'll leave this place. The fighting union consisted of 7 cities, including the Celestial Emperor City, Fighting Emperor City, Flame Emperor City, Thunder Emperor City, Wind Emperor City, White Emperor City, and Ice Emperor City. The matters of the union would be discussed and settled by the committee of the 7 city masters. That's why he couldn't direct the fighting union's way like Yuan Hao did to his cult. The Celestial Emperor's warriors retreated 3 miles as Yuan Jiang had ordered. Shuang Yu Zhu and Lung Danqing of the Ice Emperor City took their mild girls with them to withdraw. Bei Si and Bei Di of the Banner family from the White Emperor City considered and then announced their retreat. They didn't really stand on the opposite side to Shi Yan. However, Bai Jinseng, who used to favor Shi Yan a lot, chose to say, He talked to Kai Yi. That kid saved you. You can leave. Kai Yi felt upset. leaving with Lao Li for 3 miles away from the site. Shi Yan has favored me, so I won't join this. Zhu Yi of the wonderful Stone City notified Lu Miao of the Spirit Treasure Sect, then brought Lin Ji and Luo Meng's team to 3 miles away. Shen Lin, Dong Jin, and the others, the former members of the Yangs and now the members of the 7 ancient factions, stood still with their heads lowered. Xia Qingho kept an indifferent face, as if he didn't hear what Shi Yan said. He stood still. From the city wall, Shi Yan felt warm. He smiled as he was watching the others moving. He didn't expect that some people still remembered their friendship and didn't stay on the opposite side even at this moment. About Xia Qingho by Ginseng and Shenlin he had prepared himself already, so he didn't feel despondent. However, he now had a new recognition of people's hearts. At the critical moments, one could see who one's friend was. Lin Meng and Nya Ro didn't say anything. Their faces were ugly as they were trying to press down their anger. They thought that after this operation, they would solve those people. They also wanted to see the uncertain factors in their organization, which would tilt to the other side. Later on, they could find the right guys to kill. After the 7 ancient factions team divided into 2 sides, Lin Meng coldly glared at her team. Who wants to leave with them? People who believe in me, please retreat for 3 miles as well. At this moment, Chi Tian Oldie also rose his voice after a long time of silence. Beyond his expectation, a small group who wasn't afraid of Lin Meng's and Nya Ro's force detached. Most of them didn't belong to the 7 ancient factions. They were from some other, smaller forces of the divine Great Land. To survive, they had come to the Ice and Fire's secret domain and stayed with the 7 ancient factions. Many of them had received favor from Long Zhu, while the others had a blind belief in him. They thought that Long Zhu was the only sage of this land, and that they would believe him unconditionally. This group wasn't smaller than the team that had divided after Shi Yan's words, which was beyond everybody's expectation. Shi Yan was startled, looking at those people with a surprised face. At this moment, he finally knew how great Long Zhu's influence was in the divine Great Land. Long Zhu made the others forget their fear for the 7 ancient factions' revenge. They resolutely decided to believe in him. Lin Meng and Nya Ro's group put on grim countenances. They had underestimated Long Zhu. Eventually, they recognized his tremendous influence, which had reached a frightening level. Lin Meng's team felt a little bit regretful. They regretted giving Shi Yan that much time. They shouldn't have let him talk this much and just attacked right away when they had just arrived. This could have prevented many unexpected events. Good. Shi Yan shouted furiously, his voice sounding brutal. Crazy light sparkled in his eyes. I ask you one more time. Do you want to exterminate us this time? No doubt. Lin Meng beamed a faint smile. Nya Ro, Qin Guchuan, Guanhu Lu Miao Yen Ku, and Wendi nodded with solemn countenances. Then we fight. Shi Yan curled his lips. His voice became calm like never before. Many people couldn't stand that. Suddenly, strange formations started to appear on the city walls under his feet. Furious explosions reverberated everywhere. At this moment, the Silver City acted as if it had turned into an ancient ferocious beast which had been awakened from the bloodiest, hardest battlefield, opening its blood mouth towards everybody. Lights intertwined on the formations, shooting out with the rumbling noise of formidable energy. 7 light columns bigger than the ancient trees shot out like dragons soaring aloft from the lake, bringing an intimidating, piercing power. The light columns were like dragons entering the earth, lunging into the formation of the 7 ancient factions, leaving 100 meters large holes in the ground. Warriors who let the light touch them vanished instantly, leaving nothing. It looked like they had been pushed into the ground, buried there forever. Everybody discolored in fright. No one had ever thought that Shi Yan could be that resolute, and cold-hearted. He had attacked first without any hesitation. The extremely mournful and painful screeching and screaming arose from the 7 ancient factions, all of a sudden. Warriors who had just lost their friends and relatives were enraged. Flame of anger was burning in their hearts. People who had retreated 3 miles could also feel the tremor from the ground. They shivered, their faces ashen. Instinctively, they wanted to urge their power to withstand. At this moment, they all felt lucky that they had made the right decision not to stay in that muddy puddle. Even Lin Meng and Nya Ro were astounded, as if someone had kicked their A** SES. No matter how hard they had imagined, they couldn't predict this formidable power of the utmost 8 purgatory city. The energy the 7 massive light columns carrying made these true god realm feel that even their lives were threatened. So malignant. Longing covered her mouth and shouted. Her small, cute face paled in fear. Her beautiful eyes were distressed. Chapter 659. Headshot. Chapter 659. Headshot. If he confirmed they were his mortal enemy, Shi Yan would never show them mercy. Once he launched his attacks, they would be the full-force ones. After the 7 light columns shot out, he didn't hesitate to connect his soul consciousness with the utmost 8 purgatory city. The second attack surged immediately. Clusters of clouds that looked like they were made of crystals shone gloriously. Each cluster was as big as a door, rumbling like thunderclaps, crossing the city walls to attack the 7 ancient factions' people. Lin Meng and Qin Guchuan's team were woken up. They put aside the astonishment and started to counter. Her small hands exposed from the sleeves, waving. Pieces of willow leaves fluttered in the air. Green light flooded the entire sky, as beautiful as emerald, releasing a mesmerizing halo. It was the sacred level treasure of the Pure Land, Leafiness Ode, made of 9,000 leaves of the 10,000-year-old willow and other hundreds of precious materials. The willow leaves expanded into a magical array. Its vitality surged like a vast area of green leaves covering their heads. It was so thick that even sunlight couldn't pierce through. Light of thunderclaps shot out from the city walls, bombarding the green layer. Dazzling sparks scattered everywhere like the most blazing fireworks. Enai Ruo, Qin Guchuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao wore an angry face. As they were enraged, the storage rings on their fingers sparkled, releasing their secret treasures. A tenacious, large gray cluster of cotton appeared above Enai Ruo's head. Thread shivered, creating a magical array to dissolve the thunderclap in the sky. It was Enai Ruo's treasure, condensed from the murderous aura of the 36 exterminating caves. Murderous aura arose from the cotton threads, enlarging the cluster, covering the area. Qin Guchuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao took out a jade pan pipe, a beating drum, and a bronze bell, turning into 3 different light beams above their heads. All then darted toward Shi Yan on the city wall. The 3 true god realm warriors joined hands in an attempt to kill Shi Yan with one strike. In their heads, Shi Yan had become the most dangerous character. They thought that when Shi Yan died, this city wouldn't be able to perform its defensive functions. At that time, they could break it easily. Each city, which was established from formations, barriers, and restraints, always had a control center controlled by soul consciousness. Apparently, Shi Yan was the control center of the Silver City. Once he fell, Yang Tian Emperor's group could never have the power to promote the best power of the Silver City. That time would be the time of doom of the Yang family. Lin Meng's team could see it. Their strategy was correct, indeed. However, they had underestimated Shi Yan's power and the Silver City's intimidation. The jade panpipe was unpleasant to the ears. The sound was so sharp that it could pierce through people's souls. Under the urge of a true god realm warrior like Qin Guchuan, its power was enhanced, which had strengthened its ability to snatch people's souls. raging drumbeat rumbled. Each beat entered Shuriyan's sea of consciousness directly. If an ordinary true God realm warrior got hit with such a strike, his sea of consciousness would explode, his soul consciousness would scatter, and his soul would perish on the spot. The bell tolls rippled in the dazzling light, expanding like rising tides. It brought the torrential power of the vast sea. This kind of pressing power could smash a warrior's body. Qin Guchuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao were the true God realm experts. When they accumulated their power for an instant kill attack, even the true God realm warriors like Di Shan and Li Zhengrong could perish. But Shuriyan wasn't afraid of them. The attack wave of the jade panpipe and the drumbeat had pierced through people's sea of consciousness. They were the soul-class secret treasures. To other people, this kind of attack was much stronger than physical attacks. However, using soul attacks to deal with Shuriyan was the worst strategy. Shuriyan was calm, gathering his energy. His soul was firm, and his still body was like a massive rock bearing the two attacks. His host soul wiggled, stirring his sea of consciousness a little bit. Flames of the 9 serenities, soul-devouring flame, were released, cleaning all the soul attacks entering his body. The only thing he was afraid was the bronze bell of Lu Miao. Waiting until the light ripples of the bronze bell dashed towards him, he became more solemn, extending his hand to touch the wall on his left. A formation shaped like a lotus was triggered. From the center of the lotus, translucent lotuses, which looked to be made of glass, radiated dazzlingly with a furious pulling force. The lotus was like a mouth that suddenly opened. From the city wall, it dashed forward, swallowing each ripple of the bronze bell. However, after the lotuses took in the energy of the bronze bell, they exploded one by one. During their explosions, the attack ripples of the bell were dissolved. The ground of the Silver City shook several times, but it was nothing significant. Everything was normal. Shuriyan didn't sneer or mock. While he was trying to dissolve the attack of the 3 true God realm warriors, he released the soul-gathering pearl. Many threads extended, rolling the soul-gathering pearl, making a circle above people's heads. The soul power of many warriors who were struck dead by the 7 light columns was pulled into the soul-gathering pearl like a whale drinking water. Seizing the chance, Shuriyan urged his mysterious martial spirit. Within 3 seconds, he had taken in a large amount of essence qi. He was shaken, and his acupuncture points swelled immediately. At this moment, Shuriyan cracked a big smile. If you want to break this city, you should try harder. With that sort of attack, I advise you not to waste your time. Get back to the ice and fire secret domain. Don't let the pagans kill you and end up dying in vain here. Then his body sank into the city wall, as if he had melted into a puddle, disappearing into the wall. The utmost 8 purgatory city kept its quietness. No more brutal surging force or tremendous attacks shot out from everywhere. Lin Meng and Niarua were still controlling their secret treasures, creating the light defense to prevent the next wave of attacks. Qin Guchuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao felt as if they had been slapped. Their faces were grimaced, and their eyes were sinister. In front of everybody, leaders of the 5 forces had joined hands, but they couldn't kill Shuriyan or leave a hole in the silver wall. They had let Shuriyan retreat easily. This dispirited them. Too arrogant. If this kid isn't killed, he will be the biggest danger to the human clan. Qin Guchuan was like an enraged hound. He rubbed his hands brutally, panting as he was talking through his gritted teeth. We must attack them harder. Lin Meng and Rua, Guanhu and Lu Miao nodded. Flames of anger burned in their hearts, arousing their ruthless intentions. From 3 miles away, Yun Hao and Yu Wanjiang couldn't conceal their fright. They looked at the Silver City, which looked to be made out of iron and steel, and didn't say anything for quite a long time. Before they had gotten here, no one had thought that this Silver City was that tough. They couldn't imagine Yan's strange and evil tricks. The Silver City could easily dissolve a powerful attack of the 3 true God Realm warriors. They didn't know that Yan could dissolve most of the soul attacks. They thought that Yan's mighty power had depended on the utmost 8 Purgatory City. Master Yin, you said, Yan's considered the people of the Radiant God cult, and he has cultivated the star execution of the Radiant God cult. I assume the method to construct this city is also from your sect, eh? Yuan Jiang contemplated for a while and then asked him in a low tone. Yun Hao wore an odd face. He shook his head with a forced smile. He does cultivate the star execution. However, it is just a part of his power. He has many tricks. Even I can't understand him. Yuan Jiang pondered. Later on, he beamed a smile. I think our decision was right then. I think if they want to break the city, they will have to shed quite some blood. Yun Hao said with a stiff countenance. Never underestimate Lin Meng's group. When they get stirred up, they could burst out with tremendous power. Moreover, they have divined secret treasures they haven't used yet. All of them are holding back their real power. Yuan Jiang's face was heavy. He sighed, right. If Lin Meng and the others are enraged and use the divine treasures, I'm afraid this city will be broken quickly. From behind Yun Hao and Yu Wanjiang, Lung Danqing and Shuang Zhiyu had cheerful faces. They watched everything with admiration, as strange lights sparkled in their beautiful eyes. After they had arrived, these two were still worried that Yan wouldn't have any power to defend, and that Lin Meng's team of the 7 ancient factions would break the city right away and destroy his soul. In the divine Great Land, Lin Meng's team of the 7 ancient factions represented the invincible power. Although Yan was strong, he was still young. He was at 1 realm lower than the others. Such a gap had the 2 women worrying about him. When the battle began, they didn't dare to watch. However, it was beyond their imagination that once Yan took action, it was as reverberating as thunder. He had caused Lin Meng's group a big loss. However, the women were more astounded that Yan could stand still under the joint attacks of Qin Guchuan and the other 2. Moreover, he had dissolved the attacks easily and retreated into the Silver City. These changes were like a pellet given to them, making them relaxed. Zhu Yi, Bei Si, Bei Di, and the others were astounded. Light sparkled in their eyes as they felt complicated. The power Yan had brought out had shocked them deeply. At this moment, they recognized that deciding not to join this battle was the best decision they had made in the whole life. Qi Tian Oldie has a wide vision. It's lucky that we listened to him. Otherwise, we would be dead bodies now. The small forces that retreated because of Long Zhu all felt frightened. They also felt lucky that they hadn't mingled with Lin Meng's group. The intimidation in the Silver City spared them no more hesitation. Now, they just wished to stay as far away from the trouble as possible. Chapter 660 offers sacrifices to the divine weapon. Chapter 660 offers sacrifices to the divine weapon. Perpetual Night Forests, Peripheral Zone. A magic lozenge mirror was hung above the 5 great clans. It was projecting the fight between Yan's team and the 7 ancient factions. Many hotshots of the alien tribes were watching the scene with serious faces and strange complexion. Bao Ao was smiling under the magic mirror while playing with his fingers, which were shooting beams of black light, pouring into the center of the magic mirror. With the triangular mark on Yan's neck, he could project the entire scene there without missing any details. Whichever era it be, human clan could never change their bad behaviors. They always have civil wars. What a strange race! As Comoros saw the fight cease in the magic mirror, he laughed evilly, his face dark as usual. Many members of the Ghost Mark clan, the Dark Spirit clan, and the Demon clan were sneering, as they thought it was such an interesting play. Humankind was about to be cleared. However, at this most critical moment, the two big forces of this race couldn't join hands, but tried to kill each other. In their eyes, nothing was more interesting than this scene. In every clan, maintaining the tribe was the most important matter. All the resentments would be put aside at the time they needed to cooperate to deal with the external enemy. Every clan's survival was related closely to their union. Only unity could bring them the chance to survive. Whoever dared to provoke a civil war would be the enemy of the entire race. Quite the contrary, humanity was about to be extinguished, but they were fighting against each other. From the alien tribe's point of views, it was unimaginable. Everybody shouldn't rush. We just need to wait here. Bao Ao smiled warmly. Wait until the result is clear. Then we will march there and slaughter them all. This will be the most accurate decision. Leaders of the alien tribes grinned, as they all approved of Bao Ao's decision. That guy, yeah, that young man called Shuryen, Bao Ao smiled. I want to keep him alive. He's related to our demon clan, so you can't kill him. Jie Ji of the ancient Jie family, an antiquity family of demon clan, had his eyes brightened. He revealed a brutal smile and then said, Bao Ao, are you sure? Is that kid from our demon clan? He has the mark of the oldest family of demon clan on his forehead. I don't even know the profile of that family. You can see how old it is. Anyway, he hasn't received the family's inheritance yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand with the human clan, Bao Ao explained with a smile. Jie Ji was so excited that he couldn't hold his laughter. Our demon clan does have plenty of outstanding warriors. He's just a young man, but he can make the human clan pay a bloody price. Not bad, I like this kid. After we clear the humankind, I have to drink with him. Jie Ji, I've chosen him first. You want to snatch him from me? Bao Ao's eyes became malignant. The smile on his lips was as sharp as a saber. So what? Do you think I'm scared of you? Jie Ji didn't show that he was weaker. If that kid receives the inheritance of the oldest family, do you think he will listen to you? Bao Ao, don't be so arrogant. When that kid receives the inheritance, he will thrive. I'm not sure he would be weaker than us at that time. Bao Ao was surprised. He contemplated for a while and then smiled. Oh, it's true though. So, before he grows, I will make him accept me. I think everybody will have his chance at that time. I want to see if you can offer him something better than me. Jie Ji laughed contentedly. On one side, Shuryen was having the most strenuous battle with Lin Ming's group. But on this side, the headmasters of the two strongest families of the demon clan were planning to steal the young man to their side. Master, he's our friend. We won't attack him. In the Corpse clan formation, Corpse Mount and Corpse C kept silent for a while and then talked to Corpse Chief in the big coffin. Corpse Chief's strange voice arose. The two great chiefs of the demon clan want to protect him. Do you think he will die here? Corpse Mount and Corpse C were surprised. They kept silent again. No. Comoros shouted, that kid must die. He's the mortal enemy of our Ghost Mark clan. I have to kill him. Oh. That brat must die. Yama King Abi shouted from the Dark Clan. Bao Ao and Jie Ji became grim. The two leaders of the demon clan raked their vicious eyes over everyone else as a bloodthirsty aura started to diffuse. Before we destroy the human clan, if someone dares touch my demon clan's men, we shouldn't talk about anything else. The battle with human clan, you should think about whether we would want to join it or not. Jie Ji grinned fiendishly like a bloodthirsty beast, showing its sharp fangs. He wanted to start a fight here first. Bao Ao nodded. Demon Clan was a clan that always covered their members' shortcomings. At the same time, they did appreciate the new powerful generation of their clan. Experts of the previous generations should prepare the cultivating path for their next generations. It was the rule that they had always kept in mind. If they hadn't confirmed Shi Yan's identity yet, they would never give him even a glance. However, as they had found that Shi Yan had the bloodline of the oldest family, they immediately considered him the new blood of the new generation, and they instinctively wanted to protect him. The reason why the demon clan could maintain their mighty force until today was because all of their experts had followed this rule. Whenever a new generation of the demon clan was born, they would be nurtured to slowly progress until they become the new leaders of the clan. This rule kept the demon clan strong from the past until present. As Bao Ao and Jieji had shown their attitude, the Ghostmark clan and the Dark clan didn't dare to talk more. The demon clan force was mighty among the 5 great clans. Under Bao Ao and Jieji, there were countless evils and beasts. At least, none of the other 4 forces dared to counter the demon clan face to face. No matter which era it was, Demon Clan was one of the strongest forces. They covered their members' shortcomings, they were always hostile and ready to take revenge, and they had a crazily strong power. If they didn't have to do it, no clan dared to provoke the Demon Clan. Thus, although Comoros was hostile, when Bao Ao and Jieji expressed that they would protect Shi Yan, his clan had to weigh pros and cons. They stopped their verbal attack immediately. What if he isn't a member of the Demon Clan? The leader of the Dark Spirit Clan snorted coldly. Whatever you want to do with him, we don't care, Bao Ao laughed. All right then, we should capture him first. Then we will certify his identity. We just need to test once and for all, the man said. Bao Ao and Jieji nodded, showing that they had no objection. The premise to protect Shi Yan was that he must have the Demon Clan's bloodline, which would make the other 2 leaders take care of him. But if they could prove that Shi Yan wasn't one of them, of course they wouldn't care about his life anymore, and they would kill him first. A young man full of potential, if he wasn't their family, he must die. This was also one of the rules of the Demon Clan. Outside the Silver City, Lin Meng, Nia Ruo, and Qin Guchuan wore a grim face. They discussed something, and then decided that they would use a tremendous force to break the city. We shouldn't show any mercy. We don't have much time. Guys, we need to finish these traitors fast, so that we can retreat to the ice and fire secret domain before the pagans come, Yen Ku suggested. Everybody agreed with her tactfully. Lin Meng started first. The original universe, Returning Cauldron, which used to appear in the meeting hall in the ice and fire secret domain, emerged from Lin Meng's small hand. The original universe, Returning Cauldron, was the divine weapon of the Pure Land. Although this treasure was powerful, Lin Meng had never used it carelessly. As original universe, Returning Cauldron appeared, energy immediately seethed like the immense ocean, overflowing from the cauldron like a mighty energy river. This fall of energy torrentially rolled into 49 flows of red light, which looked like 49 giant dragons, meandering towards the Silver City. Each flow of this red light could kill a warrior at the first sky of True God realm effortlessly. They swarmed and attacked the Silver City together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Barriers, restraints, and formations on the city walls glowed. They furiously took in the energy from the top-grade essence crystals and precious mineral jades in the foundation of the city to create hundreds of defending layers to resist the rumbling attack of the original universe Returning Cauldron. Countless dazzling waves of light rippled from the city, while the imposing Silver City suddenly trembled, like a tipsy man. It looked like it was about to collapse. Inside the city, Shi Yan, Yang Tian Emperor, and the others changed their visage as they could feel the city getting unstable. They couldn't hide their heavy feeling. The power of a divine weapon was intimidating indeed. It was urged by Lin Meng, a warrior at the second sky of True God Realm. Only this kind of antiquity formation like the utmost 8 Purgatory City could resist such an energy attack. If it were the city like the Ice Emperor City or the Wonderful Stone City, It would have collapsed with only one strike like that. Be careful. People who don't have a responsibility retreat to the center of the city. The defensive force of the outer city is limited. It's built to neutralize the attack energy of the divine weapons. It doesn't matter if they can break the outer city. Once they dare step in, what awaits them is more perilous. Shi Yan ordered quickly. He was calm and solemn while continually releasing the soul consciousness to supplement the consumed part of the formations. Hearing him, many warriors staying in the outer city retreated into the center of the city using the safe passage he had created. "Let me boost more power," Nyarua said after pondering for a while from outside the city. Nyarua had a 3-meter-long bone sword stabbed in his waist. While talking, he lifted his tunic and grabbed the sword. When his hand touched the sword, a malicious, murderous aura diffused immensely into 36 flows of dark smoke, which could disorder people's soul consciousness. The ghostly spirit sword used the ghostly spirits of the 36 exterminating caves as the body. After taking in murderous aura for 10,000 years, the sword was quenched. Ghostly spirit sword was the halidom of the 36 exterminating caves, a divine weapon. Nyarua's soul had fused with the ghostly spirits. He had used his blood to feed them. He had to keep the sword on his body so that it could drink his blood to grow stronger. When he took out the ghostly spirit sword, screaming and screeching of the ghostly spirits arose from his body, as if they were bloodthirsty demons who could smell blood, which made them want to wolf down everything. Chapter 661. The Perpetual Light That Never Extinguishes. Chapter 661. The Perpetual Light That Never Extinguishes. Eventually, the ghostly spirit sword was taken out of Nyarua's body. During this process, Nyarua had to endure the pain like someone was tearing his intestines. His face was distorted so much that it didn't look like a human face anymore. Every time he took out the ghostly spirit sword, he had to pay with his blood and flesh. If it weren't the critical time, Nyarua would never use the sword. This divine sword harmed his body brutally. The ghostly spirit sword flew out while screeching. 36 ghostly spirits with hazy gray wings and tails dragged along the sword. 36 objects tore the sky, thrusting towards the Silver City. The ghostly spirits ceased in the air, releasing their powers altogether. 36 different murderous flows struck on ghostly spirit sword. The ghostly spirit sword was like a light stabbing directly into the Silver City. All barriers, restraints, and formation were pierced. Puff! The city wall that was as rigid as hard stone was jabbed. The sword appeared in the outer region of the city. Different from the original universe returning cauldron, which attacked the entire city, the ghostly spirit sword had aimed at only one location. The power gathered at the sword tip could easily pierce through the hardest defense. Lin Meng's group was shaken. Nyarua screeched in extreme pain, his face paled. 36 ghostly spirits got through the hole created by the sword, screaming and howling, entering the outer region of the city. 36 gray shadows, each longer than 100 meters, carried the Een Ghost, Blood Ghost, and Evil Ghost. They started to wreck the formations and barriers in the outer region of the Silver City with their intimidating powers. Shi Yan's face changed dramatically. In his sea of consciousness, the inner world 5 devils roared and shot out, turning into 5 tangible demogorgons attacking the 36 ghostly spirits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The hollow, ghostly spirits and the 5 demogorgons entangled. Shortly, the inner world 5 devils got hurt badly, as they couldn't endure the attacks by the spirits. Shi Yan felt hurt. He hastened to call the inner world 5 devils back to his sea of consciousness. The 36 ghostly spirits were the condensed murderous aura from 36 exterminating caves of the Devil Valley. They were the evilest existences in the world. They had been developed for more than 10,000 years, which were something the 5 devils, the phantom Shi Yan had created not so long ago, couldn't resist. The ghostly spirits cried with the high notes that could stab people's souls. They flew around the outer city, wrecking many barriers and restraints. 36 ghostly spirits were like 36 horses pulling the ghostly spirit sword everywhere. Ghostly spirits couldn't break the formations and barriers, but they could pour their powers into the divine sword, using the sword to wreak havoc everywhere. The ghostly spirit sword taken out from Nya Rua body had brought out a destructive power that nothing could withstand. Sure, Yen was battered with it. Retrieve. The storage ring on Shi Yan's finger glowed gloriously. The soul-gathering pearl shot out, releasing its mighty soul suction force towards the 36 ghostly spirits. All souls without an entity would be included in the soul-gathering pearl's attack range. Sure, Yen wanted to take the ghostly spirits that way since it always worked. However, he was wrong this time. The soul-gathering pearl had released a might suction force that could affect any kind of spirit. However, these 36 hollow, ghostly spirits had become one with the ghostly spirit sword. Each time the soul suction force of the soul-gathering pearl could pull the ghostly spirits towards it, the ghostly spirit sword would pull them back. The ghostly spirit that the bead attacked would be pushed away, out of the bead's attack range. The 36 ghostly spirits didn't have a body, but the ghostly spirit sword was a real object. They were combined into one solid union to make up each other's shortcomings, as if the user had calculated this situation before. They had minimized the effects of the soul-gathering pearl. The soul-gathering pearl couldn't do anything. It could affect the spirits, but it couldn't work because of the ghostly spirit sword. The 36 ghostly spirits continued to break the barriers and formations inside the city. At this speed, they would destroy all barriers and formations on the city walls shortly. Without the support of the barriers and formations, as long as Lin Meng used the original universe returning cauldron to attack one more time, the outer city would be smashed. At this moment, Shi Yan finally realized that the 7 ancient factions weren't easy to deal with. Their profound assets weren't something a young man with a few years of cultivation could predict. Sure, Yan didn't assume the signs of defeat would come that quick. He had lost his first layer of defense. At this moment, some low-realm warriors were still in the outer city. If the walls were broken, they would be exposed. The others could kill them easily. Li Feng Er's group was still there. Shi Yan was worried. However, at this moment, Long Zhu frowned from the outer city. The dragon, cane in his hand, was stirring. A 300 meters long cedar red light column shot out from the dragon cane towards the 36 ghostly spirits. Long Zhu pulled the cane, and the light fastened the gray wings and tails that connected 36 ghostly spirits and the divine sword. He forcefully pulled, and the dragon cane pounded heavily on the ground under his feet, cracking a hole with a loud explosion. The cedar red light column was pulled down by an invisible hand. 36 ghostly spirits and the sword were pulled down all together with the light column, as if someone were pulling them with great resentment. Sure, Yen could relax his tense nerves. Long Zhu's attack was stronger than he had expected. He had stopped the evil divine weapon, ghostly spirit sword. The cedar red light he had shot out from the dragon cane tied and squeezed 36 ghostly spirits, and the ghostly spirit sword with an incomparable power. The sword couldn't move or break anything else. The most mysterious oldie of the divine great land had really lived up to his reputation. He was unimaginably strong. What are you waiting for? Get your men out of here! Long Zhu shouted. Shi Yan was struck. He hastened to urge his people, warriors under spirit realm, retreat to the city center, quick! While he was talking, dazzling passages appeared, extending to the deeper place in the Silver City. Low realm warriors like Li Feng Air didn't hesitate. They flew fast towards the city center. Thank you. Seeing his people retreating safely, Shi Yan bent down to show his sincere appreciation. No need to say thanks, little buddy. Can my granddaughter get into the city now? Long Zhu smiled nonchalantly. I think I've proven I'm trustful. Shi Yan didn't say anything, continually nodding his head. Littling, you go to the city center. It's dangerous here. I'll go find you later. Long Zhu stroked Long Ying's hair and said tenderly, Grandpa, be careful. Lin Meng's team won't treat you with respect anymore. They will attack you with their best, said Long Ying worriedly. Don't worry. I understand. I know that if I join this side, we can never get along again. Long Zhu smiled. Of course, he wasn't afraid of that situation. Outside the city, Nia Rua seemed to be hit hard. He spurted out blood, his face grimaced. He shouted hoarsely, Old Long, you helped them. You did help them. The ghostly spirit soared, and he had a soul connection. Each ghostly spirit was like his eyes and ears. He could see what Long Zhu had done, so he knew who had attacked him harshly. The leaders of the 7 ancient factions had the same resentment at this moment. They couldn't help but shout at Long Zhu on the city wall, their faces filled with rage. Old Long, you want to destroy the flame of our human clan. You will be the sinner of the human clan for thousands of generations. Yen hissed. Her wrinkled face convulsed like a viper having someone step on its tail. From now on, Long Zhu will no longer be the sage of the human clan. He's the common enemy of the entire clan. Lin Meng shouted indignantly, her face grim. If the flame of human clan extinguishes, you have to bear this responsibility. When Di cried, Long Zhu's countenance was indifferent. He looked to the far horizon from the city wall. The light of hope of human clan isn't on your side only. In my eyes, this city represents our future. And you are the outdated tide that would be discarded. Your thoughts and point of views are so old-fashioned. You don't want to recognize the trend. You will be the energy supplied for our human clan's flame of hope. Long Zhu was enraged by Lin Meng and Qing Guchuan's team. You coarse old man, you and I are mortal enemies. Nia Rua scolded, giving Long Zhu no respect. I pledge that I will burn your bones to ashes. If you have the competence to do that, come here. Long Zhu smiled faintly. He stepped away from the city wall, talking to Shi Yan. Are you well prepared? Once Lin Meng's group starts the attack, this wave will be more powerful. How long can your city resist? Not really long, Shi Yan smiled. He looked exhausted. At this moment, his acupuncture points were filtering the energy. His essence qi had been consumed a lot. If he couldn't supply the essence qi shortly, let alone the outer city, he couldn't even control the city center to perform its best. The outer city is the first layer of defense. The fight will actually take place when they get into the city. Shi Yan contemplated for a while. I need time. Give me 1 hour. After that, I'm confident to defend this city. I will try to save 1 hour for you, Long Zhu pondered. Anyway, you have to ensure that as long as you are alive, you have to treat my granddaughter well. Shi Yan was struck. His face became complicated and heavy. Old Long, you? If Long Zhu were all right, with his cultivation base, who could hurt Long Ying? If he said so, it meant he wasn't so sure about this battle. Although I'm 1 level stronger than them, they're a group of 7. They have at least 3 divine weapons they haven't used yet. Long Zhu finally showed a forced smile, shaking his head. But I will try my best to seize 1 hour for you. Sure, Yin bent in front of him with deep respect. Remember, the flame of human clan can't be extinguished. No matter how you will be in the future, you have to leave the inheritance for the human clan, shouted Long Zhu all of a sudden. Shi Yan shivered, then nodded heavily. Old Long, please don't worry. As long as I'm alive, the human clan won't be over. Okay, you should go. Long Zhu waved his hand, signaling Shi Yan to leave. Afterward, he appeared again on the city wall, facing the 7 true God realm warriors alone. His face was merciful, but the energy fluctuating from him was wild and ruthless. Chapter 662 5 Elements Primitive Realm. Chapter 662 5 Elements Primitive Realm. The Perpetual Night Forest's Edge. Bao Ao was watching the battle in the Silver City, projected on the giant magic mirror. His face was solemn, while respect rose in his heart. With Long Zhu's participation, they could resist Lin Meng's and Nia Ro's attack temporarily. Long Zhu had failed to settle the dispute between two sides. However, the 5 great alien tribes had witnessed his effort. Human clan still has some sages. Long Zhu's worth a wise oldie who has lived for so long. Not only he has an intimidating competence, but he could also see the whole picture. It's not easy to do that. Jie Ji also nodded. We shouldn't hurry. Long Zhu's cultivation base and real competence aren't less than any one of us. If he wants to kill himself together with us, one of us will have to bear that fatal danger. Clansmen of the Dark Devil Clan, the Ghostmark Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Corpse Clan kept silent. Long Zhu's power had surprised them. Even the attacks of Lin Meng and Nia Ro had a tremendous impact. The alien tribes recognized that it wasn't really as easy to uproot Human Clan as they had thought. This city's tough to break. Human Clan still has some geniuses indeed. If this clan unites, we will find it strenuous to eradicate them. Comoros slammed his brows together. We should wait until their fight comes to the most drastic time. We will go there to clean the mess. He's worth the bloodline of our demon tribe. I have found that I like him more and more. Jie Ji laughed strangely. He rubbed his chin as he was considering what he should offer Shi Yan later to make him become the member of his ancient Jie family, the freshest flow of power for the new generation of this ancient family. Inside the Silver City, Shi Yan sat neatly, closing his eyes. He was checking his body, feeling the changes in every acupuncture points. The essence qi he took from outside of the city was being filtered massively. However, his essence qi halo had been consumed to a great extent as well. His soul consciousness scattered in the sea of consciousness like countless invisible threads, connecting to each barrier, formation, and restraint in the utmost 8 purgatory city. He was consuming energy each second. When his sea of consciousness dried, without the energy of soul consciousness to support, he would have to use his own soul power. The soul power was the power of his life. If he spent it all, it also meant that his flame of life would be extinguished, and his life would come to an end. The inner world, 5 devils got hurt, so they were now dormant in his sea of consciousness. They couldn't provide him energy to resist further. Nia Ro's ghostly spirit sword was really terrifying. It was worth the name of the evilest divine weapon in the entire region. If Long Zhu hadn't helped him at that critical moment, Shi Yan would have had to spend more power. While contemplating, Shi Yan waved his hand to pull the soul-gathering pearl. Shi Yan sent a beam of soul consciousness into the pearl and took some beams of pure soul power to his sea of consciousness in order to generate more power for his soul consciousness. The soul-gathering pearl had purified a big amount of soul energy, but Shi Yan had used them for the Creator's divine pond. That pond required the constant supply of purest soul energy to operate its magical effects. Dishan, Li Zhangrong, Bingqing Tong, and Han Shui could break through successfully thanks to the crystal-clear soul power of the soul-gathering pearl, which made the pond work normally. Before the fight, the soul-gathering pearl didn't store much of soul power. It couldn't provide soul energy sufficiently to him. Thus, he needed to seize the time. and Long Zhu had given him a rare chance. Ah. Chi Tian Oldie stood alone atop the city wall, in front of the furious gazes of Lin Meng's team, holding the dragon cane. His hands were moving, making magical symbols and hand seals. Each hand seal was dazzling. The large ones were as big as a mountain range, while the small ones were like a door. They all carried pure energy, arraying neatly like natural wills. They formed a thin, visual layer around the outer city. This thin layer was shining with many colors, as if it were created by dozens of rainbows. Although they were beautifully glorious, people would be sunk into them if they looked at it for a while. When Long Zhu made the hand seals, the aura on his body was fierce and stubborn, with an abundant murderous intent. Countless ancient-styled patterns appeared on the thin, dazzling layer. People could see green foliage grow here and there, generating more mysterious lights. Those lights then tangled with each other, portraying a diagram of flying birds and swimming fishes. Gradually, a background of mountains and rivers was formed. That thin layer was like an imaginary world, with 5 elements power-moving mountains, lakes and rivers, flying birds and swimming fishes, luxuriant green foliage and giant trees. 5-element primitive realm. Yen Ke cried with a solemn countenance. She slightly discolored. This is one of his divine weapons. He got it from the foreign land. Originally it had no power. He has put the 5 elements' power into it from the 5-element space. This old man has wandered to many strange places in the continent, and he's collected many magical items, which helped him form this 5 elements primitive realm. Wendy's mood became heavy. You shouldn't enter it, no matter what. Inside the 5 elements primitive realm, he's the sole god. He can control anybody who is dependent on an element. In that place, he can affect many types of heaven and earth powers. The power we possess will lose its effect. Yen Ku and Wendy were like Long Zhu. They were all recluses living in the divine great land. They used to talk with Long Zhu, so they knew his 5 elements primitive realm. How to deal with it? Lin Meng took a deep breath, trying to press down the anger in her heart. She had always considered herself the genuine leader of the human clan in the divine great land, a representative for the future of humanity. She deemed that when Long Zhu arrived at this place, he would contribute to support her in dealing with the tough challenge of the alien invasion. However, everything had gone beyond her estimation. Long Zhu, the support she had assumed, had stood on the opposite side of her, supporting her enemy. This big country had enraged her. She had thrown the respect she had for Long Zhu to hell. Right now, she just wanted to kill him to prove that her decision wasn't wrong. To break a realm, we need to dissolve its energy source, Yen Ke contemplated and then said. To deal with the 5 elements primitive realm, there's only one way, neutralizing the power of the 5 elements. Without the energy supply, even if he knows many power Upanishads, he won't be able to use them. At that time, this realm will vanish. All right, Nya Ro shouted with a malicious face. When you attack that realm, I will try my best to control the ghostly spirit soared to trouble that old dog. Don't worry, I will disturb him so much he can't totally concentrate on the realm. You guys should seize the chance and break that realm. Long Zhu had hurt him badly, which had inflamed the rage in his heart. He didn't want to remember any favors the old man had given him anymore. His murderous aura started to surge. Lin Meng nodded, throwing her glance at Qin Guchuan. Guan Hu and Lu Miao, shall we? Qin Guchuan, Guan Hu and Lin Meng nodded. Elements move. Lin Meng extended her hand, pointing to the void. 5 flows of radiant red light shot out from her fingers, hitting the original universe, returning cauldron. The massive cauldron pressed down rumblingly. A pressure of 1,000 meters high mountain came from the cauldron. People then saw many clusters of cloud drifting over, just like a fairy scattering flower petals. Different kinds of heaven and earth energies turned into countless beams in the sky. The clouds absorbed them all, making each cluster of cloud as heavy as a mountain. They fell like collapsing mountain, falling on the five elements' primitive realm. Dozens of rivers on the layer-long Zhu had condensed suddenly became alive. Torrential seething sound arose. The rivers became real, surging violently, crossing and merging with each other to create an immense sea. Rumbling explosions echoed from the heavy clouds, pressing the massive pressure on the Silver City, hitting the thin layer brutally. The vast sea on the layer seemed to turn into a giant mouth that would never be satisfied, swallowing the clouds. At this moment, the ghostly spirit sword struggled to escape the restraint of long Zhu's cedar red light column. It burst out with a tremendous, murderous aura. Evil energy shot out everywhere, while fire sparks were fluttering. Qin Guchuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao exchanged looks. They were no more hesitant, and started to attack immediately. Guanhu touched his forehead. A magical sparkling, small tree grew from his glabella. This tree seemed to be made of 5-colored crystals, as it shone with a dazzling light. This tree wasn't big, just around 1 meter tall. It had many longan-sized fruits. Each fruit bore a kind of power Upanishad, with distinctive surging waves of energy. This was the martial spirit fruit tree, the divine treasure of the martial spirit palace. Rumors said that it had grown from the seed of the life fruit tree of the martial spirit palace in antiquity time. At that time, the life fruit tree was a famous divine weapon, which could bear the magical life power. It could even magically revive a dead person. However, the martial spirit fruit tree didn't have that miraculous effect. The life fruit tree's seed could grow into the martial spirit fruit tree. When a warrior who didn't understand a power Upanishad ate a fruit of the martial spirit fruit tree, he could receive a martial spirit. He just needed to cultivate to grow his new martial spirit. Anyway, martial spirits granted from the martial spirit fruit tree weren't really outstanding most of the time. However, during the recent 10,000 years, this tree had borne some special seeds, the tired soul martial spirit fruit, for instance. These fruits would be soon absorbed by the young elites of the martial spirit palace. Guan, who took out the martial spirit fruit tree, using his thought to manipulate the 10 fruits to make their energies seethe, turning the essence power Upanishads and dashing forward. The energy of heaven and earth disordered, and even the 5 elements primitive realm of Longzhu was affected. Its energy seemed to be oppressed, unable to be promoted to the max. Lu Miao's sleeves flashed. A dark gold boat flew out, bobbing and then entering the 5 elements primitive realm, falling into the vast sea. Water in the sea started to drain away right after the small boat touched it. The small boat seemed to be able to absorb all kinds of water, no matter it was real or illusory. As long as it had the water power, the boat could affect them all. The pressure Long Zhu had to bear doubled instantly. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.